Hello, hello, everybody. Perry, say hi. Say hello. Say hello. How's everybody? I know we are back on our Goosebumps bullshit. I know there were several requests for what we wanted to read tonight. Hey, Darth! But Goosebumps won by a long shot, partially because it's the Haunted Mask, and everybody loves the Haunted Mask. And we'll read the other ones soon anyway. So, hi, hi, hi. Bless her, she's so bad with her claws, but she doesn't mean to be. Hello, hi guys. Hey Uni, hey Jay. I'm good, how are you? Whoop, Perry. I'll be seeing the entire time tonight. How was The Ghost Next Door? It was good. It was like weirdly like sad and emotional at the end. I had another like moment where I was like, am I gonna cry on stream tonight? Hi, Ellery. Welcome back. First time here. I was gonna say, I think I haven't seen you here before. Welcome. If you've watched my channel, you know that as a whole we cover nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content. You know, it's my cat Perry who just left. But on streams we get to talk about like games and books and stuff like that. Stuff that doesn't fit into regular videos, which I need to get a video up tonight. I have it. It's like almost done. I'm so excited. I did it with my friend Gabe, who I'm very excited for all of you to meet. Hey Natty. Found out I have ADHD and mostly is from my... Yeah, well, welcome to the club. It feels weird being diagnosed as an adult, but it's good to finally get the diagnosis and be able to start treating it and being like, ah, I am normal. My brain's just a little bit different. Yeah, welcome to the family, Uni. We are reading tonight. We are reading Goosebumps, The Haunted Mask, book number 11 in the original Goosebumps series. Guys, by the way, my computer is back. I'm streaming for the last time. Whoops, I'm recording. I didn't mean to be recording. I am streaming for the last time on the makeshift setup. Say goodbye. It's going. I'll have my computer by tomorrow night. It's actually over there. I just couldn't get it set up with all my stuff in time to stream off of it tonight, so... Yeah, it's, you know, the neurodivergent community is I love that we're all getting to a place where we're just like, yeah, our brains all work a little bit differently. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, happened to my therapist. A lot of people don't get diagnosed until adults because a lot of us, especially, like, with ADHD and things like that, there's a lot of, like, stereotypes when it comes to how people present, so it can be hard. A lot of kids slip through the cracks, I think. Especially if you were, like, if you did well in school, which I generally got good grades, even though I struggled in some areas, but, like, it's just, it can be really easy to, like, miss for a lot of doctors, so it happens a lot, I've noticed. Monitor stream, please. I was reorganizing my big bookshelf out there with all my Nancy Drew books and Hardy Boys books and such, and I was just like, wow, I might have a little bit of a problem. I have a lot of these books. But I love them so much, and I love reading them with you guys, so it all works out. Hi, Chris. Hang on, I'm pulling this up so I can actually read your comment from back here. Book is a classic and definitely bound to be good, unlike Monster Blood. Monster Blood was definitely the low point so far of reading through the Goosebumps books. It was just so boring. Xavier, hi. Welcome. We are about to get started. Gotta do a project this weekend. What's me to do me all about my hobbies and people who inspire me. I post on YouTube. That's so cool. Share it. If you end up posting it on YouTube, send me that link. I'd love to see it. If you feel like sharing it. I love getting to see other people's art that they create. Texorcism worked! I know. Perry, are you already yelling to get out? For all the people that are new, this is also a current thing. My cat thinks that I am her doormat because I am, I guess. I know I'm not the only cat owner that is like, I need to have a cat flap on the inside of my house. Sure, this has been mentioned, but you know the title of the stream has the wrong book title. What? How? How does this happen every time? No! Oh gosh, it didn't. I typed it and then I didn't up. Sorry, guys. It's always something. No one had mentioned it yet. So thank you. Haunted mask there. It should be fixed now. Now it says the right thing. Everybody's like, we already read that one. Ghost Next Door episode is a tearjerker. The book almost made me cry last night on stream. It was a lot. I'm still convinced my quote-unquote depression is misdiagnosed manic depressive disorder. The person who diagnosed me just only ever saw me during the depressive moments. It's possible. I've talked a little bit about how, because I do have panic disorder, anxiety disorder. But what happens when you get diagnosed young with that kind of thing is like everything kind of goes into the umbrella of that and nobody asks any further questions, which can be difficult when you've got a multitude of things going on, which is my particular case. Got done with one midterm today. Tomorrow I have 2 more to do. Oof. But you got done with one. You got done with one, so you can do it 2 more times. I believe in you. We still love you. Thank you, Chris. All of the viewership drops because they're just like, Haunted Mask. I'm just gonna go back and watch Ghost Next Door from last night. Look at that. Look at that. I don't want to say everything's working because every time I do, I'm not saying that, universe, because every time I do, it stops. So stuff stops working. Whoa, that was loud. Hi, Logitech. Hey, Texas. Doing mom things. Yay! Moms are superheroes. Hey, Hannah. The best Goosebumps episode. How many people have read this book? I think Chris has. How many people have actually read the book? I don't think I've ever actually read the book. I know the episode was the first episode of Goosebumps I covered on the channel, and it's my favorite episode to this day. Yes, and the second, I haven't read either of the books. I know that I read a few of these books as a kid, but I'm realizing that I didn't really retain any of the information as we go through and read them. And most of them I actually didn't read, so it'll be nice to, it's nice going back through. I've only known the episode. Granted, I saw the episodes first. Yeah, the show was always on, and that's what interested me. Well, that's not really true. I did always see the books in the library and thought that they were super cool, and that only the cool kids read Goosebumps, so. Never read any of the books as the covers thought were scary. I mean, the covers, this is the reimagined cover for the re-release. It's a pretty good cover. The original cover is the one that's on the left side of the thumbnail. The thumbnail's at least right? It's just classic. You just look at it and you're just like, yes. Childhood. Even if you didn't read it, it's just seeing it or you saw it like at the library and stuff. It was just like, yes. This was the book that everybody was into. Orland book about it. I remember something about ghost horses and that terrified me, or maybe that was a different book. They kind of run together sometimes. First one is fairly faithful between the book and episode. The second made some changes between the two. Good news, I found a guy on Bumble who didn't immediately ask. Yay! Non-creepy guys on Bumble! Going out to grab a coffee. That's always so nice. Congratulations. I have the book with the original cover we also used for the VHS on the episode. Never read the book. Hey, Koksky. The Haunted Mask episode of the TV show. One, if not the best episode. It is a great episode. I think when I did my video on it, I called it like the masterpiece of R.L. Stine. And the more I cover Goosebumps, the more I appreciate Haunted Mask. Not because like the other Goosebumps are bad, but just because that episode is just like lightning in a bottle. Like, it's just so good. It's perfectly paced. So, because it was your review of the original episode that introduced me to your channel. Hi, I'm RL Sign. Hi. Aw. Hi. You probably, I'm sure you've told me that before, but that's amazing. I'm always, we have like over 200 videos on the channel, over 100 live streams, so I'm always curious to know like how people find us. I used to be somebody who would actively comment, an active commenting viewer on other people's channels, and a lot of people found me that way, like early on, before, when the algorithm was like, we don't know her. So, Sims just dropped 2 new discs today. Nice. Bathroom decor set and a lingerie clothing collection. So if I disappear, I will not remember your design. Please play it setting Sim with that second DIC. That's great. Why did I read DIC like disc? My DLC, sorry. My brain just decides to just leave certain things out, I think. This must be the book that Darth is talking about. I have this in the collection, but I haven't read it yet. I'm excited to read through all the Horrorland books. We read the one, but we need to read all the others. The Scream of the Haunted Mask. That's pretty cool. Join other Fright fans at scholastic.com/goosebumps. I wonder if that's still in operation. Hey, Daniel. I heard someone got banned last night. He didn't get banned, I don't think. I think he just got put in the timeout corner. I think. But yeah, just to go over the rules, there is a no asshole rule for a reason. Not calling them an asshole, just saying. If someone tells you that the joke has gone too far and you need to stop in the comments, what we learned is that you need to stop, because the mods are great and the mods make sure that we stay a very safe community. There are rules, right? I mean, there should be chat rules that are just like, hey, be nice to each other, please don't derail chat completely. I want to be an asshole. You can't be an asshole. They just got timed out and warned of potential banning if mis. Yeah, they said they pledged to not do that again, and we love them in the community. We don't want them to get permabanned. So I'm very glad he can't. Went too far. He's too nice. Bring out the oh, thanks, Chris. No, but it's just a general rule. It's like every once in a while we have to remind people, you know, we try to, because it gets crazy here in a good way, and then sometimes it can get crazy in a less than fun way, and it just gets to a place where it's like, we just need the reminder of the chat rules, and the reminder that the mods are here and willing to enforce chat rules. So specifically switching accounts to avoid initial timeout, so that's another rule to keep in mind. I need to add that. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, if you get put in the timeout corner and you avoid it by switching accounts, that's gonna have to go against rules, because that's not cool. But thank you again to the mods. Thank you again to everybody here who keeps the space pretty calm. I like that we're a nice little like safe space corner of the internet. I like that we keep it that way, so I appreciate you guys. Ellery was not taking shit last night. I'm going to react to the Nightmare Room episode with Shia LaBeouf. Thank you for reminding me. I need to do that. I've got to get that on the list soon. I've got a couple more collabs coming up. Oh god, everybody wants me to cover Velma. There's a few things, so I'll try to get to it soon. The next time I get into like this realm of like kids horror, I'll be sure to get there. I'm a good trans non-binary. I do not know how to say that without just adding myself to the internet. Laughs awkwardly. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're all here. Sometimes trauma book dumped because books do trigger us. I don't think. Well, she does get bullied a lot in this book. I don't think we'll have to go into kitten territory for those who are new. When books get a little too sad or deep or whatever, we put on one of those live stream kitten cams. You don't have to cover Velma, you're good. You don't have to go through that pain. I know. Don't be a Dawn. That needs to be, yeah, don't be a Dawn. That needs to be a t-shirt. Thank you. I'm in my pajamas, so thank you for saying that. I'm in a Walt Disney World t-shirt from a trip to Walt Disney World that I didn't take. And sweatpants. We did have the kittens on it. It helped. We did. It took a weird turn. Ghost Next Door took a sad turn right towards the end there, and we were like, oh, emergency kittens. Austin, hi. Glad to catch another stream. New Year's been wild. Happy New Year. Too much to make you suffer through super bad cartoons. See, here's the thing, is like, I know I don't have to cover anything. I also know that everybody needs a place to vent about how bad the show is, and I know that there are things that I want to say, probably not things that haven't been said by anybody else, but, you know, it'll depend on if I feel like venting to a camera one day. And then that'll be that, and then we'll never talk about it again. Oh yeah, Hannah's name was in it, and that was strange. I was watching an Emily D. Baker live stream, and she was shouting out somebody whose name was Avery for collecting some kind of data, and I was just like, oh, that's my name. I was thinking of you. Kitten Cam is for intense emotions, especially intense sad, but intense stress as well. We'll start off Kitten Cam tonight. We will go to Kitten Cam if the need be. Also, shout out tinykittens.com, I believe, where we've been watching our little kitten streams. They have a website where you can donate to help them, like, fund costs for, like, their rescue efforts and stuff. So, if anybody's interested in doing that, I feel like pointing that out, since we have been borrowing their stream a little bit. The whole project, I was reading about their thing, and they were talking about how they stream all of their fosters all the time just to raise awareness for, like, cat overpopulation and stuff like that. So, ADHD anxiety system. Oh, that's a fun system. I have all of that minus the autism part personally. OCD, ADHD, anxiety. I got those bases covered. Carly Beth in this book also. I was depressed evenings of the serotonin boost I needed. I'm not glad that you're depressed. I'm glad that we can help you feel a little bit less depressed. It's always extra when that happens. Passed out last night, but I remember how that one ends. I mean, the good thing is I leave all my VODs public, and they're even easier to find now because YouTube lets us have our own tab for live, so everything is just public in there, so if you fall asleep during a read, you can go back and figure out how the book ended. I wouldn't do you like that. Emily D. Baker, my mom loves her. I am obsessed with Emily D. Baker. I'm one of those, I know I'm not going to ever be a lawyer, but man, do I love hearing lawyers talk about, like, pop culture cases like that. I love Emily D. Baker. And, you know, I have purple hair now. She's got purple hair now. We should start a club. Just kidding. I think I mentioned you should check out the TV movie Shadow Zone. My teacher ate my homework, kind of Goosebumps-ish. I do have that on the list. I'm sorry. I always feel so bad because I get so many, like, great recommendations, and then I'm just like, I can only do so many, and I'm like, one day we'll have an editor. And when we have an editor, we will see way more things be covered, because if somebody else is editing the videos, that helps. Kitty fundraiser. I do think the next fundraiser, I do want to do the next fundraiser we have on the channel for some kind of animal outreach. There's a local place here in Atlanta that I kind of want to raise money for, and there are others though, so I'll keep an eye on that for when we do one. We just did one, so it'll be a few more months, but probably donate to them when I get paid next. Yeah, I thought I'd throw that out there just because we've borrowed their stream, and their whole project is about getting the word out about their work with cat overpopulation and foster animals and things like that. So I thought that should be mentioned. Like Carly Beth now teaches ballet. That's so cute. She was a wonderful kid actor. Like, I'm glad she's doing what she loves, but oh my god, she was an amazing actress. I wish I could have seen her in more stuff. Good job with those. Thank you. Crazy, but also funny to hear my name in Goosebumps. It is always fun. All right, so let's see. let's do the things. Introducing the Haunted Mask. Halloween just got a lot uglier. Face off against this special collector's edition of the ghoulish thriller that has sold nearly 2 million copies worldwide. That is not... on these versions, we don't tend to get a very inclusive write-up, so let's just read from the wiki real quick. I probably should have done this every time. Also, we should probably check in. We've been collecting up OG Goosebumps taglines so that when I finally do my big Goosebumps video, we can do kind of like a ranking of them, like a tier list of sorts. I don't think we did the last couple. If somebody wants to look up the original taglines for 10 and 11, I can add them to the list here, but I can also do it in a second. Plot. That's not the... I don't want the whole plot. I just want the synopsis. Haunted Mask is the 11th... Here, I'm just going to share. Small cam. That should be that. BRB. Okay. The place some actors wind up. She was one of the better actors. Goosebumps series. She insisted on using a real world word in the sandwich scene. Oh, nice. So if you're under 18, please raise your hand because we would like to know how to properly behave. We don't get too crazy, but still, you know, I go into my mom friend mode. 35 for legal purposes. Tagline for the Haunted Mask was if looks could kill. I kind of like that one. The Haunted Mask is the 11th book in the original Goosebumps series. The first book in the same name saga. It was first published in 1993 and was later followed up by the 36th book, The Haunted Mask 2, in 1995. They jumped from book 11 to 36 in 2 years. God damn. The cover illustration shows Carly Beth Caldwell trying to wear a scary green mask. That is an understatement. The Classic Goosebumps 2008 reprint shows Carly Beth wearing the mask stalking 2 boys. Yep, that's the version that I own. Blurb. I think there's a little blurb from the back. Yeah, here we go. Here's the blurb from the original book. Face to face with a nightmare. How ugly is Carly Beth's Halloween mask? It's so ugly that it almost scared her little brother to death. So terrifying that even her friends are totally freaked out by it. It's the best Halloween mask ever. It's everything Carly Beth hoped it would be and more. Maybe too much more because Halloween is almost over and Carly Beth is still wearing that special mask. So, that's that. I probably should be doing this for every single one when we don't have the full thing on there, but as we've covered, I'm not the most talented streamer. Me finally in my 20s. We have not started yet. I was just looking up because this version of the book didn't have the actual synopsis on the back, so you're good, Toonie. You have not missed anything. Carly Beth's Halloween mask. Thanks, Chris. Kind of like the original cover better. The remake covers are not bad. I do, when it comes to this one, prefer the original cover if I had to pick one. Not that I hate this one. Mostly I like the dynamics and colors in the original one. This one is a lot of reds and oranges, which is a choice. I don't know. It's decent. I like the other one better. Having a 10-year-old in my... The book's as old as me. I was just organizing my Nancy Drew books and I found a bunch that were published in 96 and I was like, these books are as old as me! Probably older because I was born right at the end of the year. An anthology film based on Goosebumps, a darker version of the Haunted Mask could be really cool. The original version gets to this place where you're like, damn, this was for children. Like, this is really good for just, like, a made-for-kids TV show. Covers are definitely good, but you can't mess with the class. I always forget the illustrator's name who did all the originals. Amazingly talented, and a lot of times they had to finish the book cover before the book was finished, so they were just working off of kind of like the idea of the book. The Vietnamese cover is on the website. I was looking at some of the other covers, and I don't want to get too distracted before we actually start reading the book, but like the covers from around the world are in different versions. Super, super cool. Ooh. That's the UK one. That looks like Italian. That looks like French. I just think it's so cool. I love foreign alternate covers of things. Anyway. Oh, I'm not sharing with anybody. Okay. Told you. We have all of these covers that are... Oh, that's a lunchbox. On the website. And I just think that's really cool. Where was the one from... That's the one from the UK, which is a lot. I like that one. I like that one. Wow. I like that one. That one's new. I've never seen that one before. Anyway. If looks could kill. I'm going to add that to our little list going. What was the one for last night? Because last night, Ghost Next Door also didn't have the original tagline because I don't have the original book. I can look it up in a second. 11. If looks could kill. I had a copy with a cutout mask. Nice. Foreign Goosebumps books always look cool. They are really cool. Hey, Austin. Good to see you. Apparently the episode had an ending for being too scary. Hasn't been shown publicly. That's interesting. Comes to... Wait, this was for kids. They really pushed it. Goosebumps gets there sometimes, but nothing beats scary stories to tell in the dark. It's true. It's true. Last one has Courage the Cowardly Dog vibes. Yeah. Vietnamese cover was my favorite. As it fit the story. I didn't see the Vietnamese cover. Now I want to see the Vietnamese cover. Sorry. If you're new here, I have ADHD and it tends to act up quite a bit. Oh, I think... Ooh. Is this the Vietnamese cover? This one is actually like... This is giving, like Slender Man vibes. Chad has ADHD. Yeah, everybody here I think has ADHDs, and our ADHD triggers everybody else's ADHD. Canadian shows just had a vibe. Yep, Canadian shows. Nope. It's the creepy one. That's not the creepy one? Let's see. Oh, this one. No, not... This one you showed me for sure. This is a very cool one. Squirrel. Yes. Yeah. This is a great cover. Yeah, this one might be the best one. It just is a lot. Yes, we're doing the Haunted Mask. Sorry, the title was wrong. We did Ghost Next Door last night. But we're doing Haunted Mask, yes. R.L. Stine was inspired to write this book when his son got a Frankenstein mask and couldn't get it off. Yeah, I've heard him talk about that in interviews where he's like, I probably should have, I feel bad that my first instinct wasn't just to help him get it off, but my first instinct was to look at him and go, that'd be an interesting story. We need kittens. Do we need I don't think we're at kitten level yet. We have to save the kittens. But we might get there in the middle. But we'll start off on non-kitten level. Today I wrote down a list of what Goosebumps drawings I want to make this year, and I have 41 drawings total that I want to make before the year's over. That's great. I was about to ask how your art is going. Austin did some fan art for me that I posted on the community tab a little while ago, and it was so lovely, and I love it. I'm concerned. You'll need the kittens, probably, most likely. Yeah, we'll see if we get to kitten level. I think that's what we're calling it now. When something gets too emotionally stressful in any way, either that be sad or scary, we're like we are at kitten level. Code red. Ooh, shiny. Oh, all the time. I loved your art, Austin. Hayden Christensen, Anakin, the Star Wars prequel trilogy. He's in the episode for Night of the Living Dummy 3. I remember that he was in one. Hey, Milo, you're just in time because I get distracted by things. Kittens are to be rationed. The kittens are to be rationed, just because if we're always watching the kittens, then the kittens lose their edge, you know? It's sort of like when the doctor says don't take Tylenol too much because then the Tylenol will start not working for you. Something like that. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Apparently focused way too much on the background. The actor for Carly asks for a real worm to eat during the scene. She was an amazing actress. Goosebumps, bless them, suffered from a lot of very young actors, and you know, kind of had that very 90s kind of corny TV acting feel sometimes. That girl was on fire. She did an amazing job. The line where she says, "I'm supposed to be me, but I'm not," gets me every time. I'm like, oh my god. The tagline for last night's book, by the way, was there's a strange new kid on the block. That was there's a strange new kid on the block. Which is like okay, I guess. If you've read the book, you're like, oh, okay, I understand what that means. But just like looking at the book for the first time, it's not really hooking me in. But anyway, let's get to actually reading the actual book. It is almost 9 o'clock. Hey everybody. Welcome. We are reading The Haunted Mask. I am for real gonna start reading it this time, I swear. What's a good parent? Not what we see in the good. Well, okay, we actually had good parents in Ghost Next Door. Can you believe it? I will put Danny's mom and Hannah's parents in the good parent section. Were they perfect? No, but nobody's perfect. She ate worms. What a legend. Kind of a sucky day. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No cell phone policy. I'm considering quitting my job. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Glad you're here to hang, though. Catherine Long. Girl who plays her friend is named Catherine. No way. That's funny. Thanks, Pizza. I'll survive. It just got me in a grumpy mood. I hate days like that. Strange new kid. It's not exactly spooky. It's clever when you're like, I know I've read the book and I understand now, but it's one of those things where it's just like, that just feels generic. Plot for Ghost Next Door, the title and plot are a bit of a misdirect, which is pretty clever. No, it is very clever. Oddly enough for me to be really irritated. Oh boy, don't let's get to the book. I don't want a repeat of last night. We need to take a breath, adjust the aura. All right, let's go. Chapter 1. What are you going to be for Halloween? Sabrina Mason asked. She moved her fork around in the bright yellow macaroni on her lunch tray, but didn't take a bite. Carly Beth Caldwell sighed and shook her head. The overhead light on the lunchroom ceiling made her straight brown hair gleam. I don't know, a witch maybe? Sabrina's mouth dropped open. You? A witch? Well, why not? Carly Beth demanded, staring across the long table at her friend. I thought you were afraid of witches, Sabrina replied. She raised a forkful of macaroni to her mouth and started to chew. This macaroni is made of rubber, she complained. Ugh, chewing hard. Remind me to start packing a lunch. I am not afraid of witches, Carly Beth insisted, her dark eyes flashing angrily. You just think I'm a big scaredy cat, don't you? Sabrina giggled. Yes, she flipped her black ponytail behind her shoulder with a quick toss of her head. Hey, don't eat the macaroni. Really, Carly Beth. It's gross. She reached across the table to keep Carly Beth from raising her fork. But I'm starving, Carly Beth complained. The lunchroom grew crowded and noisy. At the next table, a group of 5th grade boys were tossing half-full milk cartons back and forth. I'm picturing them eating outside on picnic tables like they did in the episode. Even though it says they're inside, my brain's like, nah, they're inside. They're outside. Carly Beth saw Chuck Green ball up a bright red fruit roll-up and shove the whole sticky thing in his mouth. Yuck! She made a disgusted face at him. Then she turned back to Sabrina. I am not a scaredy cat, Sabrina, just because everyone picks on me. And Carly Beth, what about last week, remember? At my house, Sabrina ripped open a bag of tortilla chips and offered some across the table to her friend. You mean the ghost thing? Carly Beth replied, frowning. That was really stupid. But you believed it, Sabrina said with a mouthful of chips. You really believed my attic was haunted. You should have seen the look on your face when the ceiling started to creak and we heard the footsteps up there. That was so mean, Carly Beth complained, rolling her eyes. Then, when you heard footsteps coming down the stairs, your face went all white and you screamed, Sabrina recalled. It was only Chuck and Steve. You know I'm afraid of ghosts, Carly Beth said, blushing, and snakes and bugs and loud noises and dark rooms and witches, Sabrina declared. I'm afraid of a lot of those things, so I don't think that's weird at all. I don't see why you have to make fun of me, Carly Beth pouted. She shoved her lunch tray away. I don't see why everyone thinks it's so much fun to try to scare me, even you, my best friend. I'm sorry, Sabrina said sincerely. She reached across the table and squeezed Carly Beth's wrist reassuringly. You're just so easy to scare. It's hard to resist. Here. What, some more chips? She shoved the bag toward Carly Beth. Maybe I'll scare you someday, Carly Beth threatened. Her friend laughed. No way. Carly Beth continued to pout. She was 11. She was 11. But she was tiny, and with her round face and short stub of a nose, which she hated and wished would grow longer, she looked much younger. Sabrina, on the other hand, was tall, dark, and sophisticated looking. She had straight black hair and tied behind her head in a ponytail, and enormous dark eyes. Everyone who saw them together assumed that Sabrina was 12 or 13, but actually Carly Beth was a month older than her friend. Maybe I won't be a witch, Carly Beth said, thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hands. Maybe I'll be a disgusting monster with with hanging eyeballs and green slime dripping down my face, and a loud crash made Carly Beth scream. It took her a few seconds to realize that it was just a lunch tray hitting the floor. She turned to see Gabe Moser, his face bright red, dropped his knees and started scooping up his lunch off the floor. Ugh, poor kid. The lunchroom rang out with cheers and applause. Carly Beth hunched down in her seat, embarrassed that she had screamed. Her breath had just returned to normal when a strong hand grabbed her shoulder from behind. Carly Beth's shriek echoed through the room. I mean, I'm the same way with loud noises. Here we go in a oops, wrong intro. Oops, wrong intro. Macaroni and cheese for dinner. I'm sorry, Milo. I hope we can cheer you up a little bit. See you after dinner, Texas. Noise sensitivity. It's a real thing. I'm incredibly noise sensitive. What kind of gross macaroni tastes like rubber? Our school macaroni was always delicious. I don't know how you mess up macaroni and cheese. I really don't. So awful and basically slime. Ugh. Chocolate milk was always good. People pick on her. Of course she's going to be jumpy, right? It's trauma response. Grandmother's macaroni and cheese recipe. It's the best. Remember one time I opened my school chocolate milk and took a big gulp, and it was sour and chunky, and then I spat it out, and my friend asked me, taste hers, see if it was bad too. Oh God. I once I was once working a set, and I opened a pack of mayonnaise to put it on my hamburger, and it was brown, and I was so disturbed. Obviously, I refuse. Yeah, here, try to poison yourself a second time for me, friend. Thank you. Whole school picks on her, honestly. Why do kids think it's funny? Like, ha ha ha, they're scared, they're scarred for life. I don't know. Kids can be mean. Bullying. I mean, bullying is wrong. I've never known anyone to wish for their nose to be longer. It's ironic that one is the scary cat ends up being the monster at the villain of the story. I know, it's great. When I was a kid, I used to try and scotch tape to train my nose to be flatter. Aww. Hey, look, it's a party in here. Yep. Yeah, Haunted Mask was a popular boy. Yes, hi Anton. Anton, I got my computer back. This is the last stream I'm doing with the makeshift setup. I would have had it tonight. I just didn't have time to. It came late, so I didn't have time to get it set up for stream. There won't be many surprises. There might not be as many surprises, but we'll still have like a mutual experience, you know? We get to see how the book holds up to the episode. Great friend. Hope you're not a Dawn. Sabrina is acting kind of Dawn, right? School food sucks. Here's 10% better than others. Brown. Yeah, it was brown. It was disturbing. So what Goosebumps episodes have y'all seen? What? Oh, God. That sounds like a horrible experience at Taco Bell. The Slappy and Monster Blood. I mean, I don't like, at least I didn't like the first Monster Blood very much. Maybe the other ones will change my mind. The first one was just boring to me. Know what it's like to get picked on. It was a bit of a revenge fantasy for them while still scaring them. Yeah. Wait. Oh no! I'm gone! Hang on. Hang on, I was like, what do you mean I'm gone? You can still hear me though, right? Is it back? There we go. I don't know why the camera just decided to stop. I'm back. The plot Monster Blood came from still confusing to me. Again, Monster Blood is not my thing. But if somebody else, I always say this for everything on the channel. If somebody else gains enjoyment out of something that I can't, that's amazing, and I like that. And we're not about to bully anybody for differing opinions. It's the best part about life. I think most of Goosebumps episodes because I was afraid of everything as a child when it was airing. I was also afraid of everything. Nothing disconnected. It was just, I just turned it off and back on again and it came on. I have no idea. Audio's fine. Cool, cool, cool. Your face has entered the void. Again? What the heck is happening? Hang on, guys. I have no idea what's causing that. That's interesting. Spencer! There I go again on my own. Just like sad whale singing. So we have similar media memories except for the Canadian stuff. Yeah, true. So much when the solution is to turn it off and back on again. Did it go? Why? Why is it doing this? I'm so confused. Okay. You guys are just gonna listen to me for a little while. I'm gonna try to fix it. But for right now, hi Caroline Garcia, welcome. This is the best thing ever. Is it though? Is it the best thing ever? Yeah, Anton is my age and Canadian, so Milo and Anton probably have seen a lot of the same kids things. What's happening? Why are we doing this? I'm still here, guys. I'm just trying to fix this. See if I can fix it. Oh, oh, I figured it out. Okay. Okay, I figured it out. So it's always plugged into that wall, and it got unplugged for something else to be plugged in. And I looked down and I was like, no, it's plugged in, but it was something else like right next to it plugged in. I figured it out. I don't remember much of what happened. Bye, Chris. I love it when stuff goes wrong. Oh, you would love running this stream. Hello, Cameron. Hello, everybody. All right, we're getting into chapter 2. Let's see. We're still very early on in the book. No, we already read 1 chapter of the book, but we need to read more than 4 pages of the book, yeah. Yeah, I'll come back to chat in a second. Let's read chapter 2. She heard laughter. At another table, someone yelled, "Way to go, Steve!" She whipped her head around to see her friend Steve Boswell standing behind her, a mischievous grin on his face. "Gotcha," he said, letting go of her shoulder. Steve pulled out the chair next to Carly Beth's and lowered himself over its back. His best friend Chuck Green slammed his book bag onto the table and then sat down next to Sabrina. Steve and Chuck looked so much alike, they could have been brothers. Both were tall and thin, with straight brown hair, which they usually hid under baseball caps. Both had dark brown eyes and goofy grins. Both wore faded blue jeans and dark-colored long-sleeve t-shirts. And both of them loved to scare Carly Beth. They loved to startle her, to make her jump and shriek. They spent hours dreaming up new ways to frighten her. She vowed every time that she would never, never fall for one of their stupid tricks again, but so far, they had worked every time. Carly Beth always threatened to pay them back, but in all the time that they'd been friends, she hadn't been able to think of anything good enough. Chuck reached for the few remaining chips in Sabrina's bag. She playfully slapped his hand away. "Get your own." Steve held a crinkled hunk of aluminum foil under Carly Beth's nose. "Want a sandwich?" "I don't want it." Carly Beth sniffed it suspiciously. "What kind is it? I'm starving." "It's a turkey sandwich. Here," Steve said, handing it to Carly Beth. "It's too dry. My mom forgot the mayo. You want it?" "Yeah, sure. Thanks," Carly Beth exclaimed. Oh, Carly Beth. She took the sandwich from him and peeled back the aluminum foil. Then she took a big bite of the sandwich. As she started to chew, she realized that both Steve and Chuck were staring at her with big grins on their faces. Something tasted funny, kind of sticky and sour. Carly Beth stopped chewing. I hate it. I hate it so much. Chuck and Steve were laughing now. Sabrina looked confused. Carly Beth uttered a disgusted groan and spit out the chewed-up sandwich hunk into a napkin. Oh, Go Eat Worms is going to be just such a terrible book to read. Then she pulled the bread apart and saw a big brown worm resting on top of the turkey. Oh! With a moan, she covered her face with her hands. "Damn it, I didn't make our bingo card." The room erupted with laughter. I'll do it next time. The room erupted with laughter, cruel laughter. "I ate a worm. I'm going to be sick," Carly Beth groaned. She jumped to her feet and stared angrily at Steve. "How could you?" she demanded. "It isn't funny. It's a real worm." "It isn't a real worm," Chuck said. Steve was laughing too hard to talk. "Huh?" Carly Beth gazed down and felt a wave of nausea rise up from her stomach. "It isn't real. It's rubber. Pick it up," Chuck urged. Carly Beth hesitated. Kids all through the vast room were whispering and pointing at her and laughing. "Go ahead. It isn't real. Pick it up," Chuck said, grinning. Carly Beth reached down with 2 fingers and reluctantly picked up the brown worm from the sandwich. It felt warm and sticky. "Gotcha again," Chuck said with a laugh. It was real. A real worm. I think everything Carly Beth does is justified. With a horrified cry, Carly Beth tossed the worm at Chuck, who was laughing wildly. Then she leaped away from the table, knocking the chair over. As the chair clattered noisily against the hard floor, Carly Beth covered her mouth and ran gagging from the lunchroom. "I can still taste it," she thought. "I can still taste the worm in my mouth. I'll pay them back for this," Carly Beth thought bitterly as she ran. "I'll pay them back, I really will." She pushed through the double doors and hurtled toward the girls' room. The cruel laughter followed her across the hall. The Goes Wrong Show, Avery Edition. Oh, yeah. My chat always defaults to showing me top chat and not live chat, which was really annoying. I want to see it in real time, chat. A magic portal by a certain time. Or they, that's what Toadstools is about? Interesting. Where the portal is. Oh. It's interesting. I'll have to look into this. Wonder if they'll get their comeuppance when Carly becomes a monster. Reminds me of the time I accidentally ate ants. Ooh, especially the part about tasting sour. My mom has a story about how when she was a kid, she bit into ice cream and there was a huge roach in it. I hate that. I hate that for her. I would have started throwing hands. How to eat fried worms? Yes. I've eaten a quarter of a roasted grasshopper once. Not bad. Crunchy. Nice. I bet you when it's like seasoned and stuff, it's better. On the other hand, grasshoppers taste nutty, which isn't too unpleasant, just something that needs getting used to. I feel like it's more of a mental thing when it comes to eating grasshoppers like that. Get the crap scared out of them later in the story. I think... Interesting. Ugh. You kind of stuff. Oh gosh. Roaches, I hate them. One time. Drink of water and there was a roach. Oh god. Nope. 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 Kissed a roach. Never eat. It may not anyway. Yeah, it's a horrifying story. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, chapter 3. After school, Carly Beth hurried through the halls without talking to anyone. She heard kids laughing and whispering. She knew they were laughing at her. Word had spread all over school that Carly Beth Caldwell had eaten a worm at lunch. Carly Beth, the scaredy cat. Carly Beth, who was frightened of her own shadow. Carly Beth, who was so easy to trick. Chuck and Steve had sneaked a real worm, a fat brown worm, into a sandwich, and Carly Beth had taken a big bite. What a jerk. Carly Beth ran all the way home, 3 long blocks. Her anger grew with every step. How could they do this to me? They're supposed to be my friends. Why do they think that's so funny to scare me? She burst into the house, breathing hard. Anybody home? She called, stopping at the hallway and leaning against the banister to catch her breath. Her mother hurried away from the kitchen. Carly Beth, hi, what's wrong? I ran all the way, Carly Beth told her, pulling off her blue windbreaker. Why? Mrs. Caldwell asked. Just felt like it, Carly Beth replied moodily. Her mother took Carly Beth's windbreaker and hung it on the front closet for her. Then she brushed a hand affectionately through Carly Beth's soft brown hair. She was blonde. You lied. I saw her as a blonde first, and that's what I'm picturing. Where'd you get the straight hair? She muttered. Her mother was always saying that. We don't look like mother and daughter at all, Carly Beth realized. Her mother was a tall, chubby woman with thick curls of coppery hair and lively gray-green eyes. She was extremely energetic, seldom stood still, and talked as rapidly as she moved. Today, she was wearing a paint-stained gray sweatshirt over black lycra tights. Why so grumpy? Mrs. Caldwell asked. Anything you'd care to talk about? Carly Beth shook her head. Not really. She didn't feel like telling her mother that she had become the laughingstock of Walnut Avenue Middle School. Come here, I have something to show you, Mrs. Caldwell said, tugging Carly Beth toward the living room. I'm really not in the mood, Mom, Carly Beth told her, hanging back. Come on, her mother insisted and pulled her across the hallway. Carly Beth always found it impossible to argue with her mother. She was like a hurricane, sweeping through everyone in her direction. Look, Mrs. Caldwell declared, grinning and gesturing to the mantelpiece. Carly Beth followed her mother's gaze to the mantel and cried out in surprise. It's a head! Not just any head, Mrs. Caldwell said, beaming. Go on, take a closer look. Carly Beth took a few steps toward the mantelpiece, her eyes on the head staring back at her. It took her a few moments to recognize the straight brown hair, the brown eyes, the short snip of a nose, the round cheeks. It's me, she cried, walking up to it. Yes, life-size, Mrs. Caldwell declared. I just came from my art class at the museum. I finished it today. What do you think? Carly Beth picked it up and studied it closely. It looks just like me, Mom. Really? What's it made of? Plaster of Paris, her mother replied, taking it from Carly Beth and holding it up so that Carly Beth was face to face, eye to eye with herself. You have to be careful. It's delicate and hollow, you see. Carly Beth stared intently at the head, peering into her own eyes. It's kind of creepy, she muttered. In the show, it looked like He-Man, so it was definitely very creepy. You mean because I did such a good job? Her mother demanded. It's just creepy, that's all, but Carly Beth said. She forced herself to look away from the replica of herself and saw that her mother's smile had faded. Mrs. Caldwell looked hurt. Don't you like it? Yeah, sure, it's really good, Mom, Carly Beth answered quickly. But I mean, why on earth did you make it? Because I love you, Mrs. Caldwell replied curtly. Why else? Honestly, Carly Beth, you have the strangest reactions to things. I worked really hard on that sculpture. I'm sorry, Mom, I like it. I really do. Carly Beth insisted. It was just a surprise, that's all. It's great. It looks just like me. I had a bad day, that's all. Carly Beth took another long look at the sculpture. Her brown eyes, stared back at her. The brown hair shimmered in the afternoon sunlight through the window. It smiled at me, Carly Beth thought. Her mouth dropped open. I saw it. I saw it smile. I just saw it smile. No, it had to be a trick of the light. It was a plaster Paris head, she reminded herself. Don't go scaring yourself over nothing, Carly Beth. Haven't you made a big enough fool of yourself today? Thanks for showing it to me, Mom, she said, awkwardly, pulling her eyes away. She forced a smile. 2 heads are better than 1, right? Right, Mrs. Caldwell agreed brightly. Incidentally, Carly Beth, your duck costume is all ready. I put it on your bed. Huh? Duck costume? You saw a duck costume at the mall, remember? Mrs. Caldwell carefully placed the sculpted head on the mantel. The one with all the feathers and everything. You thought it would be funny to dress as a duck this Halloween. So I made you a duck costume. The mom is so wholesome in this. We might actually have another for the good parent column. Oh, right, Carly Beth said, her mind spinning. Do I really want to be a stupid duck this Halloween? She thought, I'll go up and take a look at it, Mom. Thanks. Carly Beth had forgotten all about the duck costume. I don't want to be cute this Halloween. I want to be scary. She had seen some really scary looking masks in the window of a new party store that had opened a few blocks from school. One of them, she knew, would be perfect. But now she'd have to walk around in feathers and have everyone quack at her and make fun of her. It wasn't fair. Why did her mother have to listen to every word she said? Just because Carly Beth had admired a duck costume in a store didn't mean she wanted to be a stupid duck for Halloween. Carly Beth hesitated outside her bedroom. The door had been pulled closed for some reason. She never closed the door. She listened carefully. She thought she heard someone breathing on the other side of the door. Someone or something. The breathing grew louder. Carly Beth pressed an ear to the door. What was in her room? There was only one way to find out. Carly Beth pulled open the door and uttered a startled cry. I know, she made it forward by hand. Come on, Carly Beth. I know it's hard, but geez. Night, Anton. There was once a roach in my gold. Ooh, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I'm laughing and whispering at you. I know, it's the worst. It's absolutely terrible. I've never had one because I've always been too grossed out to eat the bugs in amber things. Yeah, the lollipops that look like fossilized bugs, I think is what they're talking about. She did. She was asking why she was home early. I don't know. No, Carly Beth was also blonde in this episode, so. Kind of an expert on that subject. More of an animatronics, not heads. Life-size. Interesting. I wonder. It seems like the kind of thing she would have needed to take a mold of her head for, but she clearly didn't because she didn't know she was doing it. Remember the movie Life Size with Tyra Banks? Yeah, I did a video on it. That was fun. It took me forever because it took me forever to find a copy of the movie anywhere. Like, Disney Plus put out the second one, which everybody hated, without adding the first one to the library. I was so mad. Why the heck can they fly? I have no idea. Don't forget. A ghost gator that's crawled up for the sewers. That sounds exactly like something that would have been written by R.L. Stine. Sorta reminds me of Creep from the Deep, but what 11-year-old wants to... Yeah, she meant well. But also Carly Beth isn't like, you know, she's trying. It's one of those things where somebody like really cared and put a lot of effort and made you something that was just interesting, and then you're just like, oh no, now I feel bad if I don't like it, and I don't, you know. She's having one of those moments. They're neither one of them is in the wrong. It's just awkward. Hissing Cockroaches would be a great name for a band. I don't think anyone wants a life-size replica of themselves. She means well. Oblivious, but she pays attention. Yeah. No, the mom didn't tell her she made a fool of herself. She said that to herself. Yeah, the mom's pretty okay if she's anything like the mom in the book. In the show, I mean. My own Halloween costume, it's better than spending. Oh yeah, we usually made our own. I think the one time I bought a costume at Walmart, I felt like a 1%er. I was just like, oh, I'm buying my costume. This never happens. I'm actually pretty sad. I'm sorry, Milo. No more jokes about Milo's misfortunes. I think we got rid of our VHS tapes a few years back. Any more? I posted all the Alvin and the Chipmunks movies except the second one. I have no idea. Weird licensing stuff, I guess, but I doubt that it's hard for Disney Plus to get licensing rights to a 1999 or 2000 Disney Channel original that, like, nobody talks about anymore. Hardly anybody talks about anymore. Okay. Chapter 4. Quack! With a hideous cry, an enormous white-feathered duck, its eyes wild and frenzied, leaped at Carly Beth. As she staggered backwards in astonishment, the duck knocked her over and pinned her to the hallway floor. Quack, quack! The costume has come alive. That was Carly Beth's first frightening thought. Then she quickly realized the truth. Noah, get off me, she demanded, trying to push the big duck off her chest. The white feathers brushed against her nose. Hey, that tickles, she sneezed. Noah, come on, quack. My housemates are just... The sound Gunter makes him... My housemates are just gonna, like, hear quacking sounds coming from this room and be very confused. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they're used to it. Maybe they've heard... Maybe they're used to just strange things happening when we're on stream. No, I mean it, she told her 8-year-old brother. What are you doing in my costume? It's supposed to be my costume. I was just trying it on, Noah said, his blue eyes staring down at her through the white and yellow duck mask. Did I scare you? Not a bit, Carly Beth lied. Now get up, you're heavy. He refused to budge. Why do you always want everything that's mine? Carly Beth demanded angrily. Because he's a younger sibling. I don't, he replied. And why do you think it's so funny to try to scare me all the time, she asked. I can't help it if you get scared every time I say boo, he replied nastily. Get up, get up! He quacked a few more times, flapping the feathery wings, then he climbed to his feet. Can I have this costume? It's really neat. Carly Beth frowned and shook her head. You got feathers all over me. You're molting. Molting? What's that mean? Noah demanded. He pulled off the mask. His blonde hair was damp from sweat and matted against his head. It means you're gonna be a bald duck, Carly Beth told him. I don't care. Can I have this costume? Noah asked, examining the mask. It fits me, really. I don't know, Carly Beth told him. Maybe. The phone rang in her room. Get lost, okay? Go fly south for the winter or something, she said and hurried to answer the phone. As she ran to her desk, she saw white feathers all over the bed. The costume will never survive till Halloween, she thought. She picked up the receiver. Hello? Oh, hi, Sabrina. Yeah, I'm okay. Sabrina had called to remind Carly Beth that the school science fair was tomorrow. They had to finish their project, a model of the solar system constructed with ping pong balls. Come over after dinner, Carly Beth told her. It's almost finished. We just have to paint it. My mom said she'd help us take it to school tomorrow. They chatted a while, then Carly Beth confided, I was so mad, Sabrina, at lunch today. Why did Chuck and Steve think it's funny to do things like that to me? Sabrina was silent for a moment. I guess it's because you're so scarable, Carly Beth. Scarable. Victim blaming is what it is. So you scream so easily, Sabrina said. Other people get scared, but they're more quiet about it. You know, Chuck and Steve, they don't really mean to be mean. They just think it's funny. Well, I don't think it's funny at all, Carly Beth replied unhappily. And I'm not going to be scarable anymore. I mean it. I'm not ever going to scream or get frightened again. The science projects were all set up for judgment on the stage in the auditorium. Mrs. Armbruster, the principal, and Mr. Smith, the science teacher, walked from display to display, making notes on their clipboards. The solar system, as designed by Carly Beth and Sabrina, had survived the trip to school in pretty good shape. Jupiter had a slight dent in it, which the girls had struggled unsuccessfully to straighten out, and Earth kept coming loose from its string and bouncing across the floor. Honestly, that's kind of Earth's vibe these days. But both girls agreed the display looked pretty good. Maybe it wasn't as impressive as Martin Goodman's project. Martin had built a computer from scratch, but Martin was a genius, and Carly Beth figured the judges didn't expect everyone else to be geniuses too. Looking around the crowded, noisy stage, Carly Beth saw other interesting projects. Mary Sue Chong had built some kind of electronic robot arm that could pick up a cup or wave to people, and Brian Baldwin had several glass bottles filled with brown, gunky stuff that he claimed was toxic waste. Someone had done a chemical analysis of the town's drinking water, and someone had built a volcano that would erupt when the two judges came by. Our project is a kind of boring, Sabrina whispered nervously to Carly Beth, her eyes on the two judges who were oohing and awing over Martin Goodman's homemade computer. I mean, it's just painted ping pong balls on strings. I like our project, Carly Beth insisted. We worked hard on it, Sabrina. I know, Sabrina replied fretfully, but it's still kind of boring. I was homeschooled, so I never ever got to do a science fair, and I was always jealous when I read novels where other kids got to go to the science fair. It sounded like fun. The volcano erupted. Excuse me. Sending up a gusher of red liquid. The judges appeared impressed. Several kids cheered. Uh-oh, here they come, Carly Beth whispered, jamming her hands into her jeans pocket, and Mrs. Armbuster and Mr. Smythe, smiles plastered across their faces, were coming closer. They stopped to examine a display of light and crystals. Suddenly, Carly Beth heard an excited shout from someone behind her on the stage. My tarantula! Hey, my tarantula got out! She recognized Steve's voice. Where's my tarantula? He called. Several kids uttered startled cries. Some kids laughed. I'm not going to get scared, Carly Beth told herself, swallowing hard. She knew she was terrified of tarantulas, but this time she was determined not to show it. My tarantula! It got away! Steve shouted over the roar of excited voices. I'm not gonna get scared. I'm not gonna get scared, Carly Beth repeated to herself. But then she felt something pinch the back of her leg and dig its spiny pincer into her skin, and Carly Beth uttered a shrill scream of terror that rang out through the auditorium. This poor kid. Sorry, Patrick. I populated the stream kind of late. It's Haunted Mask and we're just getting started. None of the interesting stuff has really happened yet. Affleck. Yeah, R.I.P. Gilbert Gottfried. I forgot that he had passed away. Melting. My dear child means you are melting, and will be a pile of goo. Don't you just hate when young siblings always go into your room without asking and mess with your stuff? Gross. He sweated in her costume. Little brother is annoying in the book, but it's understandable in the show. He's a brat who is deliberately trying to scare her. Yeah. My mom would let her into my room to play with my stuff. Oh. Yeah, because your parents are just like, you have to share. That's what being a big sibling is all about. And then your little sibling breaks something of yours, and then you're having a fight about it. I think this one, yeah, it kind of is the least of her problems. Yeah, Sabrina's a shitty friend because she didn't initiate it, but she also made excuses for them and didn't stick up for Carly Beth. Bad Friends Awards goes to the kids around Carly Beth. Oh yeah, poor Carly Beth needs new friends. BRB, I was watching a show called The Traitors. Oh, no worries. Almost like the whodunit show, but with celebrities. Interesting. I'll have to get Natasha and look into that. We've still got to do videos for the last 2 episodes and then figure out what we're going to do in our finale episode. They're in 6th grade, so I guess that's where all of the important knowledge of the universe gets unlocked. Yeah, so far it's pretty close to the episode, except we're in a scene where they're at a science fair that was cut for time. I assume it was cut for time and pacing. It was extra work and it sucked. Fair enough. Yeah, that robot arm, very impressive. Also, the kid that built the computer. My brother built a computer when he was 12. Well, he took apart a computer and put it back together. Just didn't do it. Yeah, pretty much all the Goosebumps characters are in middle school. The main characters, anyway. No, 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 no. Sorry, Hannah. You're gonna love it. Oh, thanks, Toonie. I'll have to check that out. I'm venomous, but none the... Fuck you, Chuck and Steve. Oh, Chuck and Steve absolutely deserve their comeuppance. Tarantulas don't usually bite. Shoot little hairs out of their abdomen, which embed in the skin and feel really itchy. Oof. Everybody loves tarantulas. Stepped away, miss anything? I believe she's being pranked into thinking that she's been bitten by a tarantula. His room and steal stuff. She stopped doing her own stuff, and my little kid brain associated with being closer to her because I miss her. Aw, that's cute, though. Our art project is of the Goosebumps logo that will have a bunch of slime, different colors, background, since the slime is always in different colors. Nice, very cool. It's at 6th grade level. I have a hard time fixing my broken life sizes. I have a hard time keeping the stream running. Oh my god. That's cute in an annoying way. That is cute. Sorry, Hannah. I didn't know that there was bugs happening. Yeah, Chuck and Steve are the worst. My older sister's stuff because I envied her and thought she was cool. Wanted to have the things she had. No special reason. Alright. I need a sip of my drink. I have my... I put the... Trying to keep this a little bit more organized, so... Okay. Ooh, a muglet. Yes, this mug was sent to me by Paolo. one of the mods, and it is so cute. It has a little cat on it, and it has a little fish on this side, and it says "Good time, we are having a great time," and it has a little lid and a spoon, so I make my hot chocolate in it, because I like to put chocolate chips at the bottom and melt them. That mug is so cute. Thank you. I use it so much. The jumping spider. I appreciate spiders. I don't love them, but from afar, I can appreciate how very, very cool they are and, like, vital to, you know, ecosystem and whatnot. Alright, Chapter 5. Carly Beth screamed and knocked over the solar system. She kicked her leg wildly, trying to toss off the tarantula. Ping-pong ball planets bounced all over the floor. She screamed again. Get it off me! Get it off! Carly Beth, stop! Sabrina pleaded. You're okay, you're okay. It took Carly Beth a long while to realize that everyone was laughing. Her heart pounding, she spun around to find Steve down on his hands and knees behind her. He made a pinching motion with his thumb and finger. Got you again, he said, grinning up at her. No, Carly Beth cried. There was no tarantula, she realized. Steve had pinched her leg. She raised her head and saw that kids all over the stage were laughing. Mrs. Armbruster and Mr. Smith were laughing too. The teachers suck. What the hell? They were laughing too? With a cry of anger, Carly Beth tried to kick Steve in the side, but he spun away. She missed. Help me pick up the planet, she heard Sabrina say, but Sabrina seemed far, far away. All Carly Beth could hear were the pounding of her heart and the laughter of the kids all around her. That's a panic attack happening, is what that is. Steve had climbed to his feet. He and Chuck were side by side, grinning at her, slapping each other high fives. Carly Beth, help me, Sabrina pleaded. But Carly Beth turned around and jumped off the stage and ran, escaping up the dark auditorium aisle. I'm going to pay Steve and Chuck back, she vowed angrily, her sneakers thudding loudly up the concrete aisle. I'm gonna scare them, really scare them, but how? Yikes. What, dicks? Yes, they are dicks. Hey, Boots. I appreciate spiders, but I also appreciate them staying away from me. That's a good way to put it. It is interesting. Sorry, I'm reading to myself. Time for new friends. Time for a new school. First, always wanted to be near so I had a similar fear. Like that, like one day it was because when I was 6 I saw Treasure Planet, and you know the guy like floats away off the spaceship and just like dies in space, and that terrified me, and I was just like, what if that happens on Earth one day? Might suggest to you shaking these boys. Poor Carly Beth. No one needs enemies quite as bad as those friends. Chapter 6. Okay, what time should I meet you? Carly Beth asked, cradling the phone between her chin and her shoulder. On the other end of the line, Sabrina considered for a moment. How about 7:30? It was Halloween. The plan was to meet at Sabrina's house, then go trick-or-treating through the entire neighborhood. The earlier, the better. We'll get more candy, Sabrina said. Did Steve call you? Yeah, he called, Carly Beth replied bitterly. Did he apologize? Yeah, he apologized, Carly Beth muttered, rolling her eyes. Big deal. I mean, he already made me look like a jerk in front of the entire school. What good is an apology? I think he felt bad, Sabrina replied. I hope he felt bad, Carly Beth exclaimed. It was so mean. Sabrina gives off the energy, like, that she's going through that thing of, like, having a crush on somebody who's an absolute asshole. And just, like, when all of the friends in your friend group are just like, that person's an asshole, she's like, nah, I think he means well. It's just like, girl, no. It was a dirty trick, Sabrina agreed, and then she added, but you'll have to admit it was kind of funny. I don't have to admit anything, Carly Beth snapped. Has it stopped raining? Sabrina asked, changing the subject. Carly Beth pulled back the curtain to glance out her bedroom window. The evening sky was charcoal gray, dark clouds hovered low, but the rain had stopped. The street glistened wetly under the light of the street lamp. He really uses that. He used that like 10 times in last night's book. Now I lost my place. No rain, I've gotta go. See you at 7:30, Carly Beth said, speaking rapidly. Hey, wait, what's your costume? Sabrina demanded. It's a surprise, Carly Beth told her, and hung up. It'll be a surprise to me, too, she told herself, glancing unhappily at the feathery duck costume rolled up on the chair in the corner. Carly Beth's plan had been to go to the new party store after school and pick out the ugliest, most disgusting, scariest mask that they had. But her mother had picked her up after school and insisted that she stay home and watch Noah for a couple of hours. Mrs. Caldwell hadn't returned home until 5:15. Now it was almost 5:45. There was no way the party store would still be open. Carly Beth thought, frowning at the duck costume. Quack, quack, she said miserably. She walked to the mirror and ran a hairbrush through her hair. Somebody quacking miserably is just a weirdly funny thing to imagine. Maybe it's worth a try, she thought. Maybe the store stays open later on Halloween. That's good business practice, I would say, if you're a costume store. She pulled open her top dresser drawer and took out her wallet. Did she have enough money for a good scary mask? $30, her life savings. She wadded up the bills and stuffed them back into the wallet, then jammed the wallet into her jeans pocket. She grabbed her coat and hurried downstairs and out the front door. The evening air was cold and damp. Carly Beth struggled to zip her coat as she jogged toward the party store. The house next door had a glowing jack-o'-lantern in the front window. The house on the corner had paper skeletons strung up on the paper skeletons strung up across the front porch. The wind howled through the bare trees. The branches above her head shook and rattled like bony arms. What a creepy night, Carly Beth thought. She started running a little faster. A car rolled silently by sending harsh, white light floating across the sidewalk like a bright ghost. Glancing across the street, Carly Beth saw the old Carpenter mansion looming over its dark, weed-choked lawn. Everyone said the ramshackle old house was haunted by people who had been murdered inside it 100 years ago. Once Carly Beth had heard frightening howls coming from the old mansion. When she was Noah's age, Steve and Chuck and some other kids had dared each other to go up to the house and knock on the door. Carly Beth had run home instead. She never did find out if the other kids were brave enough to do it. Now Carly Beth felt a chill of fear as she hurried past the old house. She knew this neighborhood really well. She had lived in it her entire life, but tonight it looked different to her. Was it just the wet glow left by the rain? No, it wasn't a heavy feeling in the air. A heavier darkness. It was a heavy feeling in the air. A heavier darkness. The eerie orange glow of grinning pumpkins in windows, the silent cries of ghouls and monsters waiting to float free on their night to celebrate Halloween. The greatest night of the year, yes. Trying to force all the scary thoughts from her mind, Carly Beth turned the corner. The little party store came into view. The window was lighted, revealing 2 rows of Halloween masks staring out at the street. But was the store still open? Crossing her fingers, Carly Beth waited for a truck to rumble past. Then eagerly jogged across the street. She stopped for a second to examine the masks in the window. There were gorilla masks, monster masks, some sort of blue-haired alien mask. Pretty good, she thought. These are pretty ugly, but they probably have even scarier ones inside. The lights were on in the store. She peered through the glass door. Then she tried turning the knob. It didn't move. She tried it again. She tried pulling the door open. She tried pushing. No, no way. She was too late. The store was closed. Somebody drew a little smiley face down here. It was like they were trying to draw a jack-o'-lantern. That's cute. Anyway. What the fuck? No, it was bullying, Sabrina. Yes, it was that. You know that little shit didn't mean it. No. Huge and yet so small. It's true. The huge spider guy scared the shit out of me. I'll have to do a video about that. Because you were 6. I'm sorry. I think I was 6. I don't really remember. Did that came out in it came out in like 2002, right? I would have been 6-ish. About 6, depending on when it came out. It is underrated. I think I'd appreciate it much more as an adult. It just scared me as a kid and I didn't like it because of that. I was salty. You know, I just thought about this. When I probably murdered. Oh, we're talking about Matilda. We haven't read any Roald Dahl books. Matilda was always my favorite out of the Roald Dahl books. And Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And of course, The Great Glass Elevator, which nobody talks about, but is fucking insane. With the Goo Goo Dolls song always makes me laugh. I 100% can't take that group seriously because my dad, a grown man, made a mixtape with that song for a woman. Oh, he was cheating? What? Oh, God. I was like, oh, you're gonna say he made a mixtape for your mom. That's kind of cute. Oh, no. Atlantis is also a very good movie. Friend ran into the bathroom upset. Sabrina, you get whatever is coming to you. Yeah. Stein really likes the word wet. I think R.L. Stein is just an older guy who just doesn't understand the corrupted youth of today. Yep, we're getting to where we need to go. Quack. I know the mom. I hope the mom doesn't find out that she didn't wear it, because she'd be so disappointed. I remember being 11 and thinking $30 was a lot of money. I mean, I'm over here just like, oh, $30. It'd be nice. Just kidding. But yes, I know what you mean. $30, you're just like, damn. Buying groceries and I realized I had a very skewed idea of the value of the dollar. Yeah. One time I helped my grandmother do a garage sale in her garage. And I remember like looking at like $5 or $10 and being like, whoa, look at all the money that we've made so far. And my mom was just like, to be a child again. The DC animatronic will be delivered tomorrow. Yeah, coping mechanisms are GOAT. We spent 11 people is gonna amount to a lot of groceries. Only me and my mom. How expensive cashews are. Oh, Milo, that's sweet. Great Glass Elevator was an acid trip, and I only remember it being in space and then meeting the president. Yeah, we're gonna have to read both of the books at some point. Roald Dahl's books are, shall we say, of its time, and Roald Dahl was kind of his time as a writer, but we should read them at some point. I have $6 in my bank account. Oh, I'm sorry. Great Glass Elevator, love that book. Sorry, catching up. Hi, Zikamo! $100 looked like a small fortune. Yeah. I mean, I'd take $100, an extra $100 now. Tilda was my favorite. one I related to her a lot, and it was interesting. I related to Matilda too, because she was so small and she just liked to read a lot. She didn't have a lot of friends. Alright, chapter 7. Carly Beth sighed and peered through the glass. The walls of the tiny store were covered with masks. The masks seemed to stare back at her. They're laughing at me, she thought unhappily. Laughing at me because I'm too late, because the store is closed, and I'm going to have to be a stupid duck for Halloween. Suddenly, a dark shadow moved over the glass, blocking Carly Beth's view. She gasped and took a step back. It took her a moment to realize that the shadow was a man in a black suit, staring out at her, a look of surprise on his face. Are you closed? Carly Beth shouted through the glass. The man gestured that he couldn't hear her. He turned the lock and pulled the door open an inch. Can I help you? He asked curtly. He had shiny black hair parted in the middle and slicked down on his side. The guy in the show was bald, and that's how I'm picturing him. Pencil-thin black mustache. So this guy looks like Gomez Adams, the way that Charles Stein wrote it. Are you open? Carly Beth asked timidly. I need a Halloween mask. It's very late, the man replied, not answering her question. He pulled the door open another few inches. We normally close at 5. I really would like to buy a mask, Carly Beth told him in her most determined voice. The man's tiny black eyes peered into hers. His expression remained blank. Come in, he said quietly. As Carly Beth stepped past him, she saw that he wore a black cape. It must be a Halloween costume, she told herself. I'm sure he doesn't wear that all the time. He probably does. We need to bring back capes, honestly. Capes are awesome. She turned her attention to the masks on the 2 walls. What kind of mask are you looking for? The man asked, closing the door behind him. Carly Beth felt a stab of fear. His black eyes glowed like 2 burning coals. He seemed strange, and here she was, locked in this closed store with him. Yes, very, very scary. A scary one, she stammered. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He pointed to the wall. The gorilla mask has been very popular. It has real hair. Oh, I don't like that. I believe I may have one left in stock. I remember talking about this with in the show, the episode. It's like, oh, that means you had to get it from a real gorilla. Dude. Carly Beth stared up at the gorilla mask. She didn't really want to be a gorilla. It was too ordinary. It wasn't scary enough. Do you have anything scarier? She asked. He flipped his cape back over the shoulder of his black suit. How about that yellowish one with the pointy ears? He suggested, pointing. I believe it's some sort of Star Trek character. I still have a few of them, I believe. No, Carly Beth shook her head. I need something really scary. A strange smile formed under the man's thin mustache. His eyes burned into hers as if trying to read her thoughts. Look around, he said with a sweep of his hand. Everything I have left in stock is up on the walls. Carly Beth turned her gaze to the masks. A pig mask with long ugly tusks and blood trickling from the snout caught her eye. Oh, that reminds me of that American Horror Story season. I hated that. Pretty good, she thought, but not quite right. A hairy werewolf mask with white pointy fangs was hung beside it. Again, too ordinary, Carly Beth decided. Her eyes glanced over a green Frankenstein mask, a Freddy Krueger mask that came with Freddy's hand, complete with long silvery blades for fingers, and an E.T. mask. Just not scary enough, Carly Beth thought, starting to feel a little desperate. I need something that will really make Steve and Chuck die of fright. Young lady, I'm afraid I must ask you to make your choice, the man said in the cape said softly. He had moved behind the narrow counter at the front and was turning a key in the cash register. We really are closed, after all. I'm sorry, Carly Beth started. It's just that the phone rang before she could finish explaining. The man picked it up quickly and began talking in a low voice, turning his back to Carly Beth. She wandered toward the back of the store, studying the masks as she walked. She passed a black cat mask with long, ugly yellow fangs. A vampire mask with long, bright red blood trickling down its lips was hung next to a grinning, bold mask of Uncle Fester from the Addams Family. He's really just making all the references right now. Not right, not right, not right, Carly Beth thought, frowning. She hesitated when she spotted a narrow door slightly opened at the back of the store. What? Was there another room? Were there more masks back there? She glanced at the front. The man, hidden behind his cape, still had his back to her. as he talked on the phone. Carly Beth gave the door a hesitant push to peek inside. The door creaked open. Pale orange light washed over the small, shadowy back room. Carly Beth stepped inside and gasped in amazement. Is this the first? No, we haven't covered Say Cheese and Die. I'm like, is this the first time we've actually read a book that we talked about? Yeah, the first time we've actually been able to truly, like, compare one that we've talked about on the channel. 2 dozen empty eye. Wait, did I miss something? I missed something. And gasped in amazement. Okay. If the door hesitant push, the creaked inside. Pale orange light washed over the small, shadowy back room. Carly Beth stepped inside and gasped in amazement. Okay, caught up. Hey, Noah. Missed the beginning. You're good. I'm glad you're here, Noah. I 20 and most are witches. Oh, interesting. Brown hair, the store owner Gomez. This is too much change. And it says Mr. Fox. I own Fantastic Mr. Fox. I don't really remember it though. Haunted house or something? You should do something with them. Yeah, that would be really interesting. BRB. See you, Milo. I'm sure you're already gone now, but, you know. I'm acknowledging that you're not here right now. No trick-or-treaters, since my neighborhood is so small, it just wouldn't be worth the trouble. Giant inflatable ghost left over from Halloween. Big Mylar balloon so big it has a stand. SPCA is gonna have a field day with this guy, yeah. Hey, Kellen. Blanket. We're reading The Haunted Mask. Everyone's favorite Goosebumps, apparently. It's one of my favorites. One of my favorite episodes, anyway. I don't remember the book, but so far, pretty close to the episode. It's a good one. Corella blanket. Buttons at the front so you can wear it. It's also got a hood. It's fantastic. I feel like a villain when I wear it. Oh, no. I read Fantastic Mr. Fox not too long ago. Nice. I think the Goosebumps TV series did such a great job adapting the Haunted Mask in live action. They really did. We were talking about how the girl who plays Carly Beth is really talented. I watched Fantastic Mr. Fox movie, honestly. It was okay. I mean, you know how I feel about stop motion. So when it came out, I was definitely not of the mind to be like, I'm gonna go see that. Even though I do love... My mom was like, you love foxes, though. I'm like, yeah, but it's stop motion. I can't deal with that right now. But I love Wes Anderson and everybody else who's in that movie, so... Alright. I need to watch more Wes Anderson movies. My personal favorite is Grand Budapest Hotel. I just love his aesthetic. I did like Coraline, but I think it was because Coraline was meant to be scary, so I was like, ooh, I'm supposed to be scared. And then it was just like the aesthetic, like that Halloween-y aesthetic. God, what if one day we'll probably cover the movie and then read the book on stream. That'll be a lot. All right, chapter 8. It is 10 o'clock at night. 2 dozen empty eye sockets stared blindly at Carly Beth. She gaped in horror at the distorted, deformed faces. They were masks, she realized. 2 shelves of masks, but the masks were so ugly, so grotesque, so real, they made her breath catch in her throat. How many pages is this? Hang on. I'm just checking real quick. There's a lot of bonus material on the back. Okay. Slightly shorter than last night. 121 pages. Carly Beth gripped the doorframe, reluctant to enter the tiny back room. Staring into the dim orange light, she studied the hideous mask. One mask had long, stringy yellow hair falling over its bulging green forehead. A hairy black rat's head poked up from a knot in the hair. The rat's eyes gleamed like 2 dark jewels. Oh. The mask beside it had a long nail stuck through an eye hole. Thick, wet-looking blood poured from the eye down the cheek. Chunks of rotting skin appeared to be falling off another mask, revealing gray bone underneath. An enormous black insect, some kind of grotesque beetle, poked out from between the green and yellow decayed teeth. Carly Beth's horror mixed with excitement. She took a step into the room. The wooden floorboards creaked noisily beneath her. She took another step closely to the grotesque, grinning masks. They seemed so real, so horribly real. Their faces had such detail, the skin appearing to be made of flesh, not rubber or plastic. Ugh. These are perfect, she thought, her heart pounding. These are just what I was looking for. They look terrifying, just propped up on these shelves. She imagined Steve and Chuck seeing one of these masks coming at them in the dark of night. She pictured herself uttering a blood-curdling scream and leaping out from behind a tree in one of them. She imagined the horrified expressions on the boys' faces. She pictured Steve and Chuck screeching in terror and running for their lives. Perfect. Perfect. What a laugh that would be. What a victory. Carly Beth took a deep breath and stepped up to the shelves. Her eyes settled on an ugly mask in the lower shelf. It had a bulging, bald head. Its skin was putrid yellow-green. Its enormous sunken eyes were at an eerie orange and seemed to glow. It had a broad, flat nose smashed in like a skeleton nose. The dark-lipped mouth gaped wide, revealing jagged animal fangs. Staring hard at the hideous mask, Carly Beth reached out a hand toward it. Reluctantly, she touched the broad forehead, and as she touched it, the mask cried out. I'm getting better at my stop-motion fear. I've covered a lot of things that are stop-motion that I like. Like, I'm covering Phantom Investigators with Daniel, and I really like that show, so that's helping me a lot. But I've always had a fear of things that are, you know, they look like they're alive, but they're not. I can't really describe it. And no, I did not see Isle of Dogs. Moonrise Kingdom was really good, too. Not watch Coraline. I think it's on Tubi. Coraline is it's just a good movie. Watch Coraline. A lot cooler for the subtext in the movie itself. Coraline is great and underrated gem. I think it's a movie where even if it's scary, it has moments where it can slow down and be calm and relaxing. Yeah. Check out a show from the 90s called Bump in the Night. Claymation, stop motion with monsters and toys. I'm pretty sure I have that on my list. Since the masks are alive, are they haunted latex or are they faces skinned monsters? Sorry for that gruesome image. I think I remember this answer from the episode, but I'll keep reading and just let the book answer for you. Welcome back, Milo. We have just found the haunted mask in the back room, in case you're wondering where we are. Hey, Akira. It took me so long to realize that other mother is one of the women from Desperate Housewives. I didn't even know that. I've always liked Coraline because it's just basically like darker Alice in Wonderland, which is saying a lot, you know? Alright, chapter 9. Oh! Carly Beth shrieked and jerked back her hand. The mask grinned at her. Its orange eyes glowed brightly. The lips appeared to curl back over the fangs. She suddenly felt dizzy. What's going on here? As she staggered back away from the shelves, she realized that the angry cry hadn't come from the mask. It had come from behind her. Carly Beth spun around to see the black-caped store owner glaring at her from the doorway. His dark eyes flashed. His mouth was turned down into a menacing frown. Oh, I thought, Carly Beth started, glancing back at the mask. She still felt confused. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest. I'm sorry you saw these, the man said in a low, threatening voice. He took a step toward her, his cape brushing the doorway. R.L. Stine was so extra, and I just love him for that. He is so extra. He was extra specifically when writing this one, is what I was saying. What is he going to do? Carly Beth wondered, uttering a horrified gasp. Why is he coming at me like that? What is he going to do to me? I am so sorry, he repeated, his small, dark eyes burning into hers. He took another step closer. Carly Beth backed away from him, then she uttered a startled cry as she backed into the display shelves. The hideous mask jiggled and quaked as if alive. What do you mean? She managed to choke out. I'm sorry you saw these because they are not for sale, the man said softly. He stepped past her and straightened one of the masks on a stand. Carly Beth breathed a loud sigh of relief. He didn't mean to scare me, she told herself. I am scaring myself. She crossed her arms in front of her coat and tried to force her heartbeat to return to normal. She stepped to the side as the store owner continued to arrange the masks, handling them carefully and brushing their hair with one hand, tenderly dusting off their bulging, blood-covered forearms. Not for sale, why not? Carly Beth demanded. Her voice came out tiny and shrill. Too scary, the man replied. He turned to smile at her. But I want a really scary one, Carly Beth told him. I want that one. She pointed to the masks she had touched. The mask with the open mouth and its terrifying, jagged fangs. Too scary, the man repeated, pushing his cape behind his shoulder. But it's Halloween, Carly Beth protested. I have a really scary gorilla mask, the man said. We know about the gorilla mask. It has real gorilla hair, and we don't like that. Motioning for Carly Beth to go back to the front room. Very scary. Looks like it's growling. I'll give it to you for a good price. I'll give you a good price on it since it's so late. Carly Beth shook her head, her arms crossed defiantly in front of her. Like I said before, the gorilla mask won't do. It won't scare Steve and Chuck, she said. The man's expression changed. Who? My friend, she told him. I have to have that one, she insisted. It's so scary, I'm almost afraid to touch it. It's perfect. The show really did a good job shifting her description of them from friends to just straight up bullies, and I think that was good, because every time she says they're my friends, I'm like, in what world? I'm almost afraid to touch it. It's perfect. It's too scary, the man repeated, lowering his eyes to it. He ran his hand over the green forehead. I can't take the responsibility. It's so real looking, Carly Beth gushed. They'll both faint. I know they will. Then they'll never try to scare me again. Young lady, the store owner started, glancing impatiently at his watch. I really must insist that you make up your mind. I am a patient man, but please, Carly Beth begged. Please sell it to me. Here, look. She dug into her jeans pocket and pulled out the money she had brought. Young lady, I $30, Carly Beth said, shoving the wadded up bills into the man's hand. I'll give you $30 for it. That's enough, isn't it? It's not a matter of money, he told her. These masks are not for sale. With an exasperated sigh, he started towards the doorway that led to the front of the store. Please, I need it. I really need it, Carly Beth begged, chasing after him. These masks are too real, he insisted, gesturing to the shelves. I'm warning you. Please, please. He shut his eyes. You will be sorry. No, I won't. I won't. I know I won't, Carly Beth exclaimed gleefully, seeing that he was about to give in. Well, none of us listened to adults when we were kids. Like, none of us thought adults knew anything. I don't understand. Seeing that he was about to give in, he opened his eyes, he shook his head. She could see that he was debating with himself. With a sigh, he tucked the money into his coat pocket, then carefully lifted the mask from the shelf, straightening the pointed ears, and started to hand it to her. Capitalism really does corrupt all. Thanks, she cried eagerly, snatching the mask from his hands. It's perfect, perfect. She held the mask by the flat nose. It felt so soft and surprisingly warm. Thanks again, she cried. It felt soft and surprisingly warm. Thanks again, she cried, hurrying to the front, the mask gripped tightly in her hand. Can I give you a bag for it? The man called after her, but Carly Beth was already out of the store. She crossed the street and started to run toward home. The sky was black, no stars poked through. The street still glistened wetly. Again, it's glistening wetly from the afternoon's rain. This is going to be the best trick-or-treat night ever. Trick-or-treat night just feels like a roundabout way to say Halloween. Carly Beth thought happily, because this is the night I get my revenge. She couldn't wait to spring out at Steve and Chuck. She wondered what their costume would be. They had both talked about painting their faces blue and dyeing their hair blue and being Smurfs. Lame. Really lame. Carly Beth stopped under a street light and held up the mask, gripping it with both hands. by its pointed ears. It grinned up at her, the two crooked rows of fangs hanging over its thick, rubbery lips. Then, tucking it carefully under one arm, she ran the rest of the way home. Stopping at the bottom of the driveway, she gazed up at the house, the front windows all glowing brightly, the porch light sending white light over the lawn. I've got to try this mask out on someone, she thought eagerly. I've got to see just how good it is. Her brother's grinning face popped into her mind. Noah, of course, she said aloud. Noah has really been asking for it. Grinning gleefully, Carly Beth hurried up the driveway, eager to make Noah her first victim. One of my friends in grade 7 had to sleep with a light-up teddy bear because she was so scared of Coraline. Oh. This, even though, like, 1 year before, Goosebumps still made me cry. I'm gonna be real with you. Coraline still scares me to this day. Coraline just, ooh, it gets under your skin. But I am somebody who sleeps with a glow-in-the-dark clock, like, that's made for little kids. I just sleep with that because my mom gave it to me because she knows how much I hate the dark. It gives me panic attacks. Answered your question about a home haunt. Dude making full masks of synthetic skin. Couldn't he sell the technology to... Maybe he could use this for good. It's like, no, I only use my powers for evil. The mask did that, I'd be saying hell no and make a beeline out of the shop. Okay, Perry, hang on, I'm coming. Come on, Perry. Man does not want to sell certain things. Carly Beth, just drop it. I mean, he also caved, right? He knew what the mask was, and he was still like $30. You say? Reference. Bigger neighborhood. Oh. The man is saying friends. Yeah, those aren't your friends. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. He was like, I don't ever want anybody to find these, but I'm gonna put them in my store. Carly asking to speak to his manager. I remember growing up and confusing my bullies with friends. Didn't we all? We all were there. Let him help you, Carly Beth. He's trying to save you, Carly Beth. Voice actor for Arnold from the Magic School Bus was voice Chuck Green. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that connection existed. Makes sense that they were popular at the same time. Really wanted to stop. Could have just said the materials used to make them were toxic and dangerous. Yeah, he could have tried harder. Carly, Karen, Beth. He didn't try that hard to keep her from buying it, no. Welcome back, Texas. Didn't she steal it in the TV episode? I think she did. That's why I was thinking the same thing. I thought she stole it. If someone warns you against getting someone, especially if there's a chance of making money, it's probably for a good reason. Yup. So she yeets the money at him. Yep, nabs the mask and books out. Yeah. Stop making things wet, R.L. Stein. I don't like that description either. I know what he's saying, but he uses that description way too much, and I'm just like, Oh no, Noah. Hi, Perry. Are you comfortable? Not moist. Hates the name Noah. I'm sorry. Each kid in the books with that name is a fucking ass. I was gonna ask, didn't we already have a Noah? I don't know if you can see Perry, but she's literally asleep over here. Perry time. Perry. Oh, by the way, thank you to everybody who bought calendars. I got a notification from Etsy that's like, you made $40 from Etsy. I'm like, I made $40 after like everything from Etsy. Nice. So thank you guys. I really appreciate that. That helps me a lot as an independent creator. I get scared of anything not real. Like the scariest movie I've seen in a long time was, yeah. I have a wild imagination, so I'm very easily. I'm just an emotional person. I get very scared at scary movies. I get very sad at sad movies. I tend to be a good audience member. I laugh when I hear other people laugh, so I find sitcoms charming, not annoying. My dad's the same way, Milo. He's like, but if it's not real, like I'm not like he's like he doesn't believe in ghosts, so he's like anything that has to do with like paranormal, like he's not gonna be scared of it. But if it's like a home invasion movie, forget about it. He's terrified. Any excuse, the masks are toxic. Yeah, he could have tried. He really could have tried harder. Oh, Perry. Honey. My Carly Beth wearing the mask, holding her fake head. That's amazing. Haunted Mask Lives. I have heard of that. Cats are shaped so weird. I swear they're liquid. $40 you can buy a haunted mask. I'm paranormal at all, so it's just not scary to me. Like I understand why it's scary other people, but to me it's just like amusing, interesting, but not scary. That's cool. She does look very comfy. How I'm going to read without moving her is the issue. Really? With the hair? I'm blaming all of my split ends on you from now on, Perry. There you go. Yeah, I've heard of Robert the Doll. Freezing underneath doors, yes. Perry thinks that she's a baby. What you doing? What are you doing? That's not a pillow. Thanks, Noah. Oh, yeah, the show had some really creepy moments for sure. Hi, Perry. You gonna help me read? All right. Carly Beth crept silently through the front door and tossed her coat onto the entryway floor. The house felt stuffy and hot. A sweet smell, the aroma of hot cider on the stove greeted her. Mom really gets into holidays, she thought with a smile, tiptoeing through the front hallway. Holding the mask in front of her, Carly Beth listened hard. Noah, where are you? Where are you, my little guinea pig? Noah was always bragging about how he was so much braver than Carly Beth. He was always putting snakes in her bed. Oh god, anything he could think of to make her scream. He was always putting bugs down her back and planting rubber snakes in her bed. Okay, I missed a sentence, and it was a very important sentence, Perry. Anything he could think of to make her scream. She heard footsteps above her head. Noah must be up in his room, she realized. He's probably putting on his Halloween costume. The last minute, Noah had decided he wanted to be a cockroach. Mrs. Caldwell had dashed frantically all over the house, finding the materials to build pointy feelers and a hard shell for his back. Well, the little bug is in for a surprise, Carly Beth thought, evilly. Um, this should send that cockroach scampering under the sink. It came from under the sink, though. Um, she stopped at the bottom of the stairs. She could hear loud music coming from Noah's room, an old heavy metal song. Gripping the mask by the rubbery neck, she raised it carefully over the head, then pulled slowly down. Oh, oh, oh. What you doing? It was surprisingly warm inside the mask, fit tighter than Carly Beth had imagined. It had, bye Perry, funny smell, kind of sour, kind of like old, damp newspapers that have been left for years in an attic or garage. Oof. She slid all the way down until she could see through the eye holes. Then she smoothed the bulging, bald head over her head and tugged the neck down. I should have stopped it. I should have stopped in front of a mirror, she fretted. I can't see if it looks right. The mask felt very tight. Her breathing echoed noisily in the flat nose. She forced herself to ignore the sour smell that invaded her nose. Ugh. She held on tightly to the banister and she crept up the stairs. It was hard to see the steps through the eye holes. She had to take the climb slowly, one step at a time. The heavy metal music ended and she stepped onto the landing. She crept silently down the hall and stopped outside Noah's door. Carly Beth edged her head into the doorway and peeked into the brightly lit room. Noah was standing in front of the mirror, adjusting the two long cockroach feelers above his head. Noah, I'm coming for you, Carly Beth called. To her surprise, her voice came out gruff and low. It wasn't her voice at all. Huh? Startled, Noah spun around. Noah, I've got you. Carly Beth shrieked, her voice deep, raspy, evil. No, her brother uttered a hushed cry of protest. Even under his bug makeup, Carly Beth could see him go pale. She darted into the room, her arms outstretched as if ready to grab him. No, please, he cried, his expression terrified. Who are you? How did you get in here? He doesn't even recognize me, Carly Beth thought gleefully, and he's scared to death. Was it the hideous face, the deep rumble of a voice, or both? Carly Beth didn't care. The mask was definitely a success. I've got you, she screamed, surprising herself at how scary her voice sounded from inside the mask. No, please, Noah begged. Mom, Mom! He backed up towards the bed, trembling all over, his feelers quivering in fright. Mom, help! Carly Beth burst out laughing. The laughter came out in deep rumble. It's me, stupid, she cried. What a yellow-bellied scaredy cat. I think she said that exact same thing, too, in the episode. Huh? Still huddled by the bed, Noah stared hard at her. Don't you recognize my jeans, my sweater? It's me, you idiot. Oh, yes, that's what I went to first. That's what my mind thought first when I was being scared shitless, thinking that there was a home intruder. But your face, that mask, Noah stammered. It really scared me. I mean, he gaped at her, studying the mask. It didn't sound like you, Carly Beth, he muttered. I thought. Carly Beth tugged at the bottom of the mask, trying to lift it off. It felt hot and sticky. She was panting noisily. She tried pulling the bottom with both hands. The mask didn't budge. She raised her hand and pointed her ears to the pointed ears and tried lifting it off. She tugged harder. She tried pulling her mask off by the top of the head. It didn't move. Hey, it won't come off, she cried. The mask, it won't come off. Rubber masks are sensory hell. I always had to wear them on Walking Dead. I hated them. They always make you feel really claustrophobic. With a vengeance. Previously on, last time, and next time. My throwaway joke, which is weird that I've used it more than once on this channel because I haven't covered Ghost Whisperer yet, but I always think of previously on Ghost Whisperer whenever I get a previously on, because that was like a show that I watched all as a kid, and they always had that. A real freaky one. I should do that. Oh, do I have... I think I also have the book to read at some point in the collection, but I'll have to check. Earthworms. They just make me uncomfortable. Yeah, that scene... reading the part where she bit into the worm made me genuinely nauseous. She's just being a cat. Yeah, she is. Oh, I can't wait to see it. No, I bet it's great. Great Goosebumps episode. The cat in the book is named Rip. That's funny. This girl, everything just torments this girl constantly. Yep. You know what? Never mind. The brother sucks too. Yeah, the brother sucks too. Carly Beth's mom is a real goat. She's cooking up hot cider for her kids. Other parents here let their kids yeah, right. Then you have the parents from Curse of the Mummy's Tomb that are like, "Oh, you're thirsty in the desert. Stop whining, kid." It's like, that's dehydration. Real snakes. It's been years since I thought I did too because my brain skipped one line where it said bugs and rubber and then it went to snakes. So I just read snakes and so I was really concerned. Not roaches again. It's hard for me to see through the eye holes. Always feels like damp from your breath and sweat. Yeah, it's not fun. Yep, Carly Beth is out for revenge. She's on that vigilante shit, or she thinks she is. Sucks when it happens to you, doesn't it, Noah? Yeah. My mom wouldn't let me wear the mask because she thought it was too scary. I was so upset. Oh. I know, yellow-bellied whatever is such a, like, grandpa insult. It's just funny. I hate this. If I was trapped inside a mask, I'd self-delete. It's a lot. Sorry. If you're claustrophobic, this might, the descriptions of this book might be a little bit triggering. I was an extra, when I did extra work for 5 years, and yeah, I did extra work for The Walking Dead. Shows, movies you've been in anywhere. I don't have, like, it written down, but I could give you a bunch. Let's see. I'm trying to think of one, because extra work, sometimes you see me, and you're like, hey, that's Avery, and then sometimes you don't. So I'm trying to think of what I was actually seen in. I never really got seen in Walking Dead, because I'm so small and unintimidating looking, but I did get to do I did get to be a walker that got shot, and then had to do a death fall. That was pretty fun. To love, replica of Haunted Mask, 2 Vampire Masks, and a few others. Quest to win first place. Company's Halloween lunch is how we found out this one is allergic to spirit gum. Oh, I hate when you find out in the most inconvenient way that you have an allergy. I watched it a lot too. Oh yeah, it was very sad. There are several episodes of Ghost Whisperer that still make me cry. I'm gonna probably start covering it one day, just episode by episode. Missed a chapter. What happened? She bought the mask. She took it home to scare the shit out of her brother, and now she can't get the mask off. Yes, if you're making hot cider for your kids and hot chocolate, that is some god tier parenting. Very form-fitting. Ooh. name in a show, I'd get whiplash a little. I'd be like, that's Avery from Avery. You can see me in season 3 of Stranger Things. You can see me in a couple of places. You can see me in the mall, and you can also see me in the 4th of July, like the fair, the 4th of July festival thing. I didn't know that you could see me in that second place until I just recently watched it back with my brother. But right in the first episode, when the power goes out at the mall and the people get stuck on the elevator, I'm like right there. You can see me. We're a little bit of the story. She's not a full villain. Yeah, she's a morally gray. She's a good person who got pushed too far and went into her villain era, which is what a lot of villains, which is, if you're writing good villains, that's what they all are. Dead were actually in the Goosebump movie. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense, because I also did extra work for Goosebumps, so they were in town at the same time. Yeah, I have a tree nut allergy pizza. I found out when I went to a restaurant with my grandfather and ate a whole like salad with all kinds of pecans, and it was very good, but then I could not breathe. Now I'm gonna watch season 3. Stranger Things post season 2, but I might watch that episode just to try to find you. It's right in the beginning. Like, you don't have to it's right there. I'm rewatching season 3. Oh, thank you guys. I got mom points. You did. You're a great mom. Yeah, and then in Goosebumps 2, I don't even know if I'm seen in that one. I haven't seen those movies. I was middle schooler trick-or-treating in one of the scenes where, like, I guess Slappy is, like, bringing a bunch of stuff to life and we're running. We weren't told what we were running from. We were just told to be running like our lives depended on it. Just pure evil with no redeeming qualities, like the Wicked Witch of the West. I mean, those are fun. They're fun and they're campy. I personally like when I feel the humanity of a bad guy. That makes them feel more impactful to me. But anyway. I do in season 3 of Stranger Things, but I couldn't see you. I'll post a screenshot at some point. Facts. Daredevil backstory. Matt decided to do the right thing. Yeah. Peanuts, tree nuts, eggs, and bees. Ooh, that poor kid. Hey, Tarfield Owl. What happened in the book? In the book, we're about to start chapter 11. We're reading The Haunted Mask. We just got up to the part where Carly Beth has taken the haunted mask home, scared her brother, and now she can't get it off, and it is Halloween night. Chapter 11. What's going on in here? Carly Beth cried, tugging at the mask with both hands. Stop it, Noah cried. His voice sounded angry, but his eyes revealed fear. Stop kidding around, Carly Beth. You're scaring me. I'm not kidding around, Carly Beth insisted in her harsh, raspy voice. I really can't get this off. Take it off. You're not funny, her brother shouted. With great effort, Carly Beth managed to slip her fingers under the neck of the mask. Then she pulled it away from her skin and lifted it off her head. Phew. The air felt so cool and sweet. She looked at her brother. Sorry, that wasn't what it said. She shook her hair free, then she playfully tossed the mask at Noah. Good mask, huh? She grinned at him. He let the mask bounce onto the bed. Then he picked it up hesitantly and examined it. Where'd you get it? He asked, poking a finger against the ugly fangs. At that new party store, she told him, wiping perspiration from her forehead. It's so hot inside it. Can I try it on? Noah asked, pushing his fingers through the eye holes. Not now, I'm late, she replied sharply, and she laughed. You sure look scared. He tossed the mask back at her, frowning. I was just pretending, he said. I knew it was you. For sure, she replied, rolling her eyes. That's why you screamed like a maniac. I did not scream, Noah protested. I was just putting on an act for you. Yeah, right, Carly Beth muttered. She turned and headed towards the door, rolling the mask over in her hand. How'd you change your voice like that? Noah called after her. Carly Beth stopped the doorway and turned back to him. Her smile gave way to a puzzled expression. That deep voice was the scariest part, Noah said, staring at the mask in her hand. How did you do that? I don't know, Carly Beth replied thoughtfully. I really don't know. By the time she got to her room, she was grinning again. The mask had worked. It had been a wonderful success. Noah might not want to admit it, but when Carly Beth burst in on him, growling, Through the hideous mask, he nearly jumped out of his cockroach shell. Look out! Check, Chuck and Steve, she thought gleefully. You're next. She sat down on her bed and glanced at the clock radio on her bed table. She had a few minutes until it was time to meet everyone in front of Sabrina's house. Time enough to think of the best possible way to give them the scare of their lives. I don't want to just jump out at them, Carly Beth thought, playing her fingers over the sharp fangs. That's too boring. I want to do something they'll remember, something they'll never forget. She ran her hands over the mask's pointy ears. Suddenly, she had an idea. Good night, Devin. Thank you for hanging out. I always want the push-too-far villains to survive. Carrie and Frankenstein's monster, I want them to get even and come out there. I mean, I do too. That's why they're always my favorite characters. Because, like, I feel like it's way more relatable to see a character who's been pushed to the limit and made some mistakes and then been able to come back swinging from it than it is to, like, watch a superhero who never does anything wrong, you know? This mask was based on the author. Yeah. Fun fact, Matthew Stein claims that to this day he has never read a Goosebumps book, and he apparently just never really read them when he was a kid, and now it's something that he, like, it's a running joke between him and his dad. He's never read them, allegedly. The movie Tragedy Girls was filmed in my hometown, and a ton of people I know are visible in it. That's so cool. Be good, relatable villains like the Sandersons, but I genuinely don't care for the sad backstory trope. But it can work. Kind of trope, but it can work. Oh, I'm a sucker for the sad backstory. Character depth, I'm all in. It can't ever end happily. I mean, it's not that what they're doing leads down a good path, but it's that they realize that they can change, you know? That's more the point for me. I'm sure to tell you, someone ends up dead. I have never seen the Goldbergs, no. Yeah, no, I don't think it's that, like, they're in the right, because they are the bad guys. The point is that they've, like, made mistakes but can come back from it. Like, I think that's the most important thing. To me, anyway. That's what makes those characters special to me. Carly Beth pulled the old broom handle from the closet. She brushed off a thick ball of dust and examined the long wooden pole. Perfect, she thought. She checked to make sure her mother was still in the kitchen. She was sure that her mother wouldn't approve of what Carly Beth was about to do. Mrs. Caldwell still thought Carly Beth was going to wear the duck costume. Tiptoeing silently into the living room, Carly Beth stepped up to the mantel and pulled down the plaster of Paris head her mother had sculpted. It really does look just like me, Carly Beth thought, holding the sculpture waist high and studying it carefully. It's so lifelike. Mom is really talented. Carefully, she placed the head on the broomstick. It balanced easily. She carried it over to the hallway mirror. It looks like I'm carrying my real head on a stick. Carly Beth thought, admiring it. A wide grin broke out across her face. Her eyes sparkled gleefully. Excellent. She leaned the head on a stick against the wall and pulled on the mask. Once again, the sour aroma rushed into her nostrils. The heat of the mask seemed to wrap around her. The mask tightened against her skin and pulled it down. Raising her eyes to the mirror, she nearly frightened herself. It's like a real face, she thought, unable to take her eyes away. My eyes seem a part of it. It doesn't look as if I'm peering out of eye holes. She moved the gruesome mouth up and down a few times. It moves like a real mouth, she realized. It doesn't look like a mask at all. It looks like a gross, deformed face. Working with both hands, she flattened the bulging forehead, smoothing it over her hair. Excellent, she repeated to herself, feeling her excitement grow. Excellent. The mask is perfect, she decided. She couldn't believe the man in the party store didn't want to sell it to her. It was the scariest, realest, ugliest mask she had ever seen. I will be the terror of Maple Avenue tonight, Carly Beth decided, admiring herself in the mirror. Kids will be having nightmares about me for weeks. Especially Chuck and Steve, she told herself. Boo, she muttered to herself, pleased to hear the gruff voice had returned. I'm ready. She picked up the broomstick, carefully balanced her sculpted head on top of it, and started to the door. Her mother's voice stopped her. Carly Beth, wait up, Mrs. Caldwell called from the kitchen. I want to see how you look in the duck costume. Uh-oh, Carly Beth groaned out loud. Mom isn't going to like this. Whoop. You found me! I'm pretty easy to see right there in the first episode. Always related to Carrie. Yeah, Carrie's a good example, right? Because, like, she was horribly bullied by not only the kids in her life, but her mother, who, like, basically, like, emotionally abused her. And then it just caused her to lash out. I just feel like that's more, like, realistic, because in real life, nobody is like, ha ha, I'm the bad guy. Nobody thinks that they're actually the bad guy. So I like seeing that depth of character where it's like, this is the character and this is why they think it's okay to be doing what they're doing and this is their rationale. And when you get the chance to understand them, and then especially if you get to see them realize that they're wrong and change, love it. Sucker for those. Sucker for that. Oh yeah, she does way more damage in the book, but still. In the book, she destroyed the whole town. Like, people who didn't even know she existed died just in brutal ways. I was like, Carrie, okay, Carrie, you can stop now. That's enough slices, Carrie. The mean she is, the more it sticks. Basically, it's taking over, like, it's turning her into kind of like the worst versions of herself, I guess, is a way to put it. And eventually the mask can't be taken off. Yeah, it is a real face. Haunted Mask episode. I personally think that Millie Bobby Brown would be perfect for the role of Carly Beth. Yeah. I mean, I can see it. I could see her. I mean, she's kind of older now, but, like, I could see Millie Bobby Brown of, like, a few years ago. I think that would be perfect. It looks like I skinned a man's deformed face and put it over my own. How totally cool. Yeah, the kid's going through trauma. She's 11 and she's going through trauma. The more she puts it on, the more it sticks and the more possessed, hateful she gets. Yeah, it's bringing out the hateful side of her. She's a bit too old for the role now. She's like 18 or 19. Yeah. A few years ago, she's a little too old now, but I can definitely see that. So the mom is willing to run around last minute because her brother wants a different costume, but is going to be mad because Carly Beth made her own different costume. I agree with you, Avery. I'm a sucker for a good villain with character depth. Character depth in characters in general is just wonderful, and I find that the characters that have the most character depth are those morally gray, tragic backstory villains. Beth can be changed to a mid-teen. Most of the characters show looked like teenagers. I mean, true. She's old enough to... She could play younger than she is. Vader is a good villain with depth because he's never truly evil. Vader's a kind of good example too. I wish we had gotten more of his inner conflict as Vader, but I do very much like, because we see why he does what he does and why he thinks he's the good guy, right? Like, Vader thinks he's the good guy right up until he's like, oh fuck, maybe am I the drama? I love those moments. I want a legit horror film made of the Haunted Mask. Yeah. The thing about Carrie is that the bully in that one has no depth. She literally just exists to hate Carrie's guts and be and be slut shamed by the narrative. Yeah, and like that's not realistic because people who bully in real life, not that they're justified, but they are poorly handling their own trauma and issues, right? So, like, nobody's just like, yes, I am going to ruin somebody else's life today. Carrie, stop electrocuting people. Oh god, not the gas station. Oh, Carrie, what did we say about setting downtown on fire? Is what my 11-year-old thinks is trauma. That's pretty terrifying. There's a name for, like, fear of bathrooms. I will say, I never had a fear of, like, mirrors until I saw Us, and that movie fucked me up, so now I'm like, I get it now. Haunted Mask musical. 2-part video on YouTube that someone made of the Haunted Mask, and it's very dark. Ooh, interesting. Bit more of the conflict in Kenobi. We did, yeah. Hope we can see more of that in Ahsoka, since Anakin will be in that show. Can we just say that Ahsoka has needed her own show or movie or something? It's like she's needed her own standalone project forever. She's so underrated. I love her so much. 80s Carrie. It was wild. Chris Fortnite. What? Stephen King's wife said the bully hated Carrie so much because she saw all her own vulnerability in Carrie and wanted to destroy it. Interesting. I just want to hear more of Tabitha King's takes on some of his famous characters now. Shoji from Persona 5 is based off the Haunted Mask since the line, I'm a shapeshifter. What else she could be? Please don't take off. Interesting. Did not know that. All right. Woo, okay. Carly Beth froze in the doorway. She could hear her mother's footsteps approaching in the hallway. Let me see you, dear. Ms. Caldwell called. Did the costume fit? Maybe I should have told her about my change of plans. Carly Beth thought, guilty. I would have said something, but I didn't want to hurt her mom's feelings. Now she's in for a shock, and she's going to be really angry when she sees I've borrowed her sculpture. She's going to make me put it back on the mantle. She's going to ruin everything. I'm kind of in a hurry, Mom, Carly Beth called, her voice deep and raspy inside the mask. I'll see you later, okay? She pulled open the front door. You can wait 1 second while I see my costume on you, her mother called. She rounded the corner and came into view. I'm sunk, Carly Beth thought with a groan. I'm caught. The phone rang. The sound echoed loudly inside Carly Beth's mask. Her mother stopped and turned back to the kitchen. Oh, darn, I better answer that. It's probably your father calling from Chicago. She disappeared back to the kitchen. I'll have to see you later, Carly Beth. Be careful, okay? Carly Beth breathed a sigh of relief. Saved by the bell, she thought. This book is very accurate to the episode. Balancing the head on the broomstick, she hurried out the door. She closed the door behind her and jogged down the front yard. It had become a clear, cool night. A pale half-moon rose low over the bare trees. Fat brown leaves swirled around her ankles as she headed to the sidewalk. The plan was to meet Chuck and Steve in front of Sabrina's house. Carly Beth couldn't wait. Her head bobbed and bounced on the broomstick as she ran. The house on the corner had been decorated for Halloween. Orange lights ran along the top of the stoop. 2 large smiling pumpkin cutouts stood beside the doorway. A cardboard skeleton had been propped up at the end of the front walk. I love Halloween, Carly Beth thought happily. She crossed the street onto Sabrina's block. On other Halloween nights, she had been frightened. Her friends were always playing mean tricks on her. Last year, Steve had slipped a very real-looking rubber rat into her trick-or-treat bag. Oof. When Carly Beth... I mean, I like rats, but oof, that could be scary if you're not looking for it. When Carly Beth had reached into the bag, she felt something soft and hairy. She pulled out the rat and shrieked at the top of her lungs. She was so scared, she spilled all her candy all over the driveway. Chuck and Steve thought it was a riot. So did Sabrina. They always spoiled Halloween for her. They thought it was so hilarious to scare Carly Beth and make her scream. Well, this year I won't be the one screaming, she thought. This year I'll be the one making everyone else scream. Sabrina's house was at the end of the block as Carly Beth hurried toward it. Bare tree limbs shivered above her, the half moon disappeared behind a heavy cloud, and the ground darkened. The head on the broom handle bounced and nearly fell off. Carly Beth slowed her pace. She glanced up at the head, shifting her grip on the broomstick. The eyes on the sculpture had stared. Let me try that again. The eyes on the sculpture had stared straight ahead, as if watching out for trouble. In the darkness, the head looked real. The shadows moving over it as Carly Beth walked under the bare tree limbs made the eyes and mouth appear to move. Hearing laughter, Carly Beth turned across the street. A group of trick-or-treaters was invading a brightly lit front porch. In the yellow porch light, Carly Beth saw a ghost, a mutant ninja turtle, a Freddy Krueger, and a princess in a pink ball gown and tinfoil crown. The kids were little. Two mothers watched them from the foot of the driveway. Carly Beth watched them get their candy, then she walked the rest of the way to Sabrina's house. She climbed the front stoop, stepping into a white triangle of light from the porch light. She could hear voices inside the house, Sabrina shouting something to her mother, a TV on in the living room. Carly Beth adjusted her mask with her free hand. She straightened the gaping, fanged mouth. Then she checked to make sure the head was balanced on the broomstick. She reached to ring Sabrina's doorbell, then stopped. Voices behind her. She turned and squinted into the darkness. Two costumed boys were approaching, shoving each other playfully on the sidewalk. Chuck and Steve. I'm just in time, Carly Beth thought happily. She leapt off the stoop and crouched behind the low evergreen shrubs. Okay, guys, she thought eagerly, her heart pounding. Get ready for a scare. Reader beware, viewer beware, you're in for a scare. I found videos of that musical on YouTube. You can send them to you. Show only lasted like 2 weeks. I'd be very interested to see that if you've got them. I'm excited to cover more musicals, like stage musicals. Carrie's biggest bully is her mom. Oh, yeah. She's the reason Carrie was published. She dug the first few pages out of the trash and saw something in there and gave them back to Stephen to finish. That's amazing. I love hearing stuff like that. It's kind of like how the Star Wars we have now is to the credit of George Lucas's wife as much as it is, if not, honestly, if not more, to George Lucas, because she was in charge of, she edited it and she like revised his script and she was really, really involved. She even won an Oscar? I think she won an Oscar for editing. Story which is King based on an incident where one of his fans broke into that was home and he isn't, but it was so boring. Yeah, Stephen King novels are very hit or miss for me. I find it very funny that he and R.L. Stine have like a playful rivalry. Ellie just tells her mom and tells her the truth. I'm sure her mom will be understanding. Yeah, for sure. Her mom seems cool. The bare trees are back. Bare as in no leaves, not evergreen. Probably just be disappointed. I think this show, they tried to make her kind of a hippie mom. Yeah, she just seems pretty cool, though. Goosebumps book. No parent is understanding in the series. I mean, this one is pretty cool, and the parents in last night's book were also, I will say they passed the vibe check. Some more dense stuff can get to be a little much. Something like Misery is usually pretty good, a fast read. Yeah, I stood in on this TV show that they based off of one of his books called The Outsider. And I wanted to read it. I was reading it while I was working on it because I wanted to understand what we were doing. And I got through it only by listening to an audiobook on double speed. The show came out, I think, very good, but it's just the story itself is, in my opinion, a little bit slow paced. But it is good. It's very interesting. I've read Misery and it was good, but so horribly misogynistic. I don't think I've ever read Misery. I've surely seen the movie at some point. Yeah, Stephen King is not. He is the king of men writing women. Hopefully, I'm doing. Get a new portable power bank, which I did after careful thinking. I'm glad. You're okay after that incident, Laser. That's scary. Things to expect in a Goosebumps book is non-understanding parents, sometimes mean siblings, a very good monster, and a twist ending. Yep. Model scared me the most, like how it made. Oh yeah, the head model is creepy in the episode. Yeah. The pop culture scare with all the references and everything. Oh yeah. I wonder if that was like some kind of like deal with the publishing company, or if I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that works for books. The head talking was always weird. Yeah. Shorter books, some novellas and short stories, but yeah, his longer, denser stuff is just really doesn't do it for me. Keep my attention very well. Yeah. He does better with shorter stories. Never explains why the head can talk. It just can because he's just like, just cuz, kids. Sometimes the heads can talk. Your head can talk, can't it? That head can talk. Plays the Goosebumps thing. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Full Carrie the musical was filmed by an audience member. That's cool. In the end, I picked like a red portable power bank. Even if it's something that I can't use to make a video, it'd be interesting just to see it. Theatrical versions of those movies won't be made available again. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I have not listened to this soundtrack for Goosebumps the musical, based on Phantom of the Auditorium. That's interesting. Sorry I'm late. Good mods don't get paid. Nobody even, the mods included, nobody needs to feel obligated to be here at any specific time. Mod status is really just, like, yeah, I'm not able to pay you guys, so it's mostly just, it's a volunteer position, and you can choose to volunteer as much or as little as you're able to. He spends a lot of time describing Annie Wilkes's. Yeah. Oh god, it's 11 o'clock. I should probably pick up my pace and read the other half of this book. I'll get back to chat in a second, guys. Let's read chapter 14. Carly Beth peered over the top of the shrub. The two boys were halfway up the driveway. It was too dark to get a good look at their costumes. One of them wore a long overcoat and a wide-brimmed Indiana Jones fedora. She couldn't really see the other one. More references. Carly Beth took a deep breath and prepared to leap out at them. She gripped the broomstick tightly. My whole body is trembling, she realized. The mask suddenly felt hot, as if her excitement had heated up. Her breath rattled noisily in the flat nose. God, sorry. Walking slowly, playfully blocking each other with their shoulders like football linemen, the boys made their way up the driveway. One of them said something to Carly Beth that Carly Beth couldn't hear. The other one laughed loudly, a high-pitched giggle. Peering into the darkness, Carly Beth watched them until they were nearly right in front of the shrub. Okay, now, she declared silently. Raising the broomstick with its staring head on the top, she leaped out. The boys shrieked, startled. She could see their dark eyes go wide as they gasped at her mask. A ferocious roar escaped her throat, a deep, rumbling howl that frightened even her. At the terrifying sound, both boys cried out again. One of them actually dropped to his knees on the driveway. They both stared up at the head bobbing on the broomstick. It seemed to glare down at them. Another howl escaped Carly Beth's throat. It started low, as if coming from far away, and then pierced the air, raspy and deep, like the roar of an angry creature. "No!" one of the boys cried. "Who are you?" the other cried. "Leave us alone!" Carly Beth heard rapid footsteps crunching over the dead leaves on the driveway. Looking up, she saw a woman in a bulky down coat running up to the driveway. "Hey, what are you doing?" the woman said, demanding The woman demanded, her voice shrill and angry. Are you scaring my kids? Huh? Carly Beth swallowed hard. She turned her eyes back to the two frightened boys. Wait, she cried, realizing they weren't Chuck and Steve. In the show, she just straight up is just like, I'm just gonna torment these kids. It wasn't an accident at all on the show. What are you doing? The woman repeated breathlessly. She stepped up to the two boys and put a hand on each of their shoulders. Are you two okay? Yeah, we're okay, Mom. The one in the overcoat and fedora replied. The other boy wore white makeup and red clown nose. She jumped out at us, he told his mother, avoiding Carly Beth's stare. She kind of scared us. Well, I mean, you're walking around as a clown, so that's surely going to scare somebody. The woman turned angrily to Carly Beth and shook her finger at her accusingly. Don't you have anything better to do than to scare two young boys? Why don't you pick on someone your own age? Okay, I get where you're coming from, lady, but also, it's Halloween. Calm down. Normally, Carly Beth would have apologized. She would have explained to the woman that she made a mistake, that she meant to scare two different boys. But hidden behind the ugly mask, still hearing the strange howl, they had burst so unexpectedly from her throat, she didn't feel like apologizing. She felt anger, and she wasn't sure why. Go away, she rasped, waving the broomstick menacingly. Her head, stared down at the two startled boys. This is exactly where I feel like I need to get a, like a voice changer to put on the Steam, the Stream Deck. I need to plug my phone in. It's also dying. Hang on. Okay, I'm back. She rasped, waving the broomstick menacingly. Her head, stared down at the two boys. What did you say? Their mother demanded, her voice tight with growing outrage. What did you say? I said, go away, Carrie Beth snarled in a voice so deep, so terrifying it frightened even her. The woman crossed her arms in front of the heavy down coat. Her eyes narrowed on Carly Beth. Who are you? What is your name? She demanded. Do you live around here? Mom, let's just go, the boy with the clown face urged, tugging at her coat sleeve. Yeah, come on, his brother pleaded. Go away, I'm warning you, Carly Beth growled. The woman stood her ground, her arms tightly crossed, her eyes narrowed at Carly Beth. Just because it's Halloween doesn't give you the right. Mom, we want to get some candy, the clown pleaded, tugging his mother's sleeve harder. Come on, we're wasting the whole night, his brother complained. Carly Beth was breathing hard, her breath escaping the mask in low, noisy grunts. I sound like an animal, she thought, puzzled. What is happening to me? She could feel her anger growing. Her breathing rattled noisily in the tight mask. Her face felt burning hot. Her anger raged through her chest. Her entire body was trembling. She felt about to burst. I'm gonna tear this woman apart, Carly Beth decided. Well, alrighty then. Where did I leave off in chat? I've seen Misery is... Oh, yeah. I've seen, yeah. My parents love Misery, and I always... it's a lot. It's a lot. Chat, hey everybody. Hope everybody's doing swell. I hope you're doing well too, Paolo. We got a little bit of a late start, but we are plugging along through one of everybody's favorite Goosebump books, so... Think we'll need kittens soon. We're not quite at kittens yet, but chat, weigh in. We might get to kittens soon, I fear. I do need to read some Paul Jennings short stories. Even without talking, and sculpture just Looks disturbing. I mean, it's like, yeah, I appreciate you love me, Mom, that much, but do you really need this? Yeah, right? It looks like her disembodied head. It's a lot. Yeah, the head in its own way is more disturbing than the mask for sure. Stein did say he would love Haunted Mask to be a dark musical. Yeah, I think that would be fun. Sailor Moon musical. No, wait. I think you told me that once. Thank you for saying that though, because I definitely that was not in the front of my mind. I need to make a note of that. After I get off of here, I'm gonna hopefully finish up this video tonight finally. I'd like to get back to posting at least 2 videos a week. I'm down to like 1 video a week, which I know is like not like, oh my god, you know, inactive or anything, especially with all the live streams, but I'd like to be posting more, so I need to get this video done. But I have another watch it party block tonight. I think we're watching 2 episodes of Sailor Moon tonight. Oh, it ain't easy. If chat moves too fast, you could accidentally yeet somebody. You're good, Paulo. I appreciate you and our other mods so much. Very popular series of stage plays. Got it. Interesting. Twitch. I used to be a mod for Twitch channel because I was usually on Twitch on my phone. I wasn't the best mod. How do we relate to and like this protagonist? Oh yeah, I like Carly Beth a lot. She's one of my favorites. Scaring kids is the best part of Halloween. I mean, my mom would just laugh. If the times where like we were scared as kids, my parents just thought it was funny. Like that's what Halloween's all about. How do they know she's a girl if they... Yeah, right? You would want... It's interesting. Wonder why she's assuming. Overheard a little kid's whispering about me. She looks evil. Oh. I turned around and said, I'm not just evil, I'm a witch. And they ran away screaming. Oh, that's wonderful. Your regular voice through it, maybe. Kittens are okay by me if anyone wants some. No kittens. This book doesn't need kittens. This book that depressing. So far it hasn't gotten depressing. So far it's just creepy. You know, it's just in Goosebumps realm. How the mom only makes a bust of Carly Beth, implying she loves her more. Oh yeah, that's true. She doesn't make a bust of her other kid. It's like, damn. All right, I see how it is. Maybe she's still working. Yeah, she just finished the one for Carly Beth, so maybe she's working on the one for Noah. We'll give her that. She did run all around getting him a cockroach costume together. I'm gonna bounce. Night, Texas. Thank you for hanging out with us. Definitely go get sleep. Later, nerd dudes. Good night. Well, I think I'm more tired from cleaning house than I realized, given this somehow fell asleep for like 30 minutes. Goosebumps. Stream of all things. Don't feel free to go to bed. I'm not offended in any way. It is after 11 o'clock. Halloween is my Christmas. I love Halloween. All right. Oh god, pizza. I've thought about that before. I'd like to say no just on principle, because yes would make me sad. Alright. Chapter 15. I'll chew her to bits. I'll tear her skin off her bones. Furious thoughts ran through Carly Beth's mind. Whoa, calm down. She tensed her muscles, crouched low, and prepared to pounce, but before she could make her move, the two boys pulled their mother away. Let's go, Mom. Yeah, let's go. She's crazy. Yeah, I'm crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The words repeated, roaring through Carly Beth's mind. The mask grew hotter, tighter. The woman gave Carly Beth one last cold stare. Then she turned and let the two boys down the driveway. Carly Beth stared after them, panting loudly. She had strong urge to chase after them, to really scare them. But a loud cry made her stop and spin around. Excuse me. Sabrina stood on the front stoop, leaning on the storm door, her mouth open in a wide O of surprise. Who's that? Who's there? She cried, squinting into the darkness. Sabrina was dressed as Catwoman, with a silver and gray cat suit and a silver mask. She was just a regular cat, just a plain cat on the show, so they couldn't get the rights to that, apparently. Her black hair was pulled tightly behind her head. Her dark eyes stared intently at Carly Beth. Don't you recognize me? Carly Beth rasped, stepping closer. She could see the fright in Sabrina's eyes. Sabrina gripped the door handle tightly, standing half in, half out of the house. Do you recognize me, Sabrina? She waved her head on the broomstick as if giving her friend a clue. Sabrina gasped and raised her hand to her mouth as she noticed the head on the pole. Carly Beth, is that you? She stammered. Her eyes darted from the mask to the head, then back again. Hi, Sabrina. Carly Beth growled. It's me. She cried finally. It's excellent. Sabrina continued to study her. That mask, she cried finally. It's excellent. Really excellent. It's so scary. I like your cat suit, Carly Beth told her, stepping closer to the light. Closer into the light. Sorry. Sabrina's eyes were raised to the top of the broomstick. That head, it's so real. Where did you get it? It's my real head, Carly Beth joked. Sabrina continued to stare at it. Carly Beth, when I first saw it, my mom made it, Carly Beth told her, in her art class. Thought it was a real head, Sabrina said. She shivered. The eyes and the way they stare at you. Carly Beth shook the broomstick, making the head nod. Sabrina studied Carly Beth's mask. Wait till Chuck and Steve see your costume. I can't wait, Carly Beth thought darkly. Where are they? She demanded, glancing back to the street. Steve called, Sabrina replied. He said they'd be late. He has to take his little sister trick-or-treating before he can meet us. Carly Beth sighed, disappointed. We'll start without them, Sabrina suggested. They can catch up to us later. Yeah, okay, Carly Beth replied. I'll get my coat and we can go, Sabrina said. She took one last lingering look at the head on the broomstick. Then the storm door slammed shut with a bong as she disappeared inside to get her coat. Are Steve and Chuck brothers? Or are they just, like, that's a real homie of Chuck to be like, Steve, you have to take your sister trick-or-treating? I'll go with you so you don't have to do it alone. Like, they're terrible to Carly Beth, but they're really being there for each other. They're really being homies. The wind picked up as the two girls made their way down the block. Dead leaves swirled at their feet. The bare trees bent and shivered. Above, in dark sloping roofs, pale half-moons slipped in and out of the clouds. Sabrina chattered about all the problems she'd had with her costume. The first cat suit she'd bought had a long run in the one leg, and it had to be returned. Then Sabrina couldn't find a cat-eyed mask that looked right. Carly Beth remained quiet. She couldn't hide her disappointment that Chuck and Steve hadn't met them as planned. What if they never catch up to us, she wondered. What if we don't see them at all? The whole point of the night, as far as Carly Beth was concerned, was meeting the two boys and scaring the living daylights out of them. Sabrina had given her a shopping bag to put her candy in. As they walked, Carly Beth gripped the bag in one hand, struggling to keep the head balanced on the pole in her other hand. So where did you buy your mask? Your mother didn't make it, did she? Did you go to that new party store? Can I touch it? That's a lot of questions at once, Sabrina. Sabrina always talked a lot, but tonight she was going for a world's record of non-stop chatter. I feel like I do that all the time. Carly Beth obediently stopped so that her friend could touch the mask. Sabrina pressed her fingers against the cheek, then instantly jerked them back. Oh, it feels like skin. Carly Beth laughed, a scornful laugh she had never heard before. Yuck, what's it made of? Sabrina demanded. It isn't skin, is it? It's some kind of rubber, right? I guess, Carly Beth muttered. Then how come it's so warm? Ooh, Sabrina asked. Is it uncomfortable to wear? You must be sweating like a pig. Feeling the surge of rage, Carly Beth dropped the bag and the broomstick. Shut up, shut up, shut up, she snarled. I'm just thinking of Chandler being, shut up, shut up, shut up. Then with an angry howl, she grabbed Sabrina's throat with both hands and began to choke her. Wonderful. Yes, absolutely they do. Oh, God. The Magikarp IDK, how to spell it. Okay, Carly Beth, have a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry. If they came out with, like, a retro ad that was the girl who played Carly Beth with the mask, and then it was a eat a Snickers, you're not you when you're hungry ad, I'll buy Snickers. I'll buy so many Snickers, I swear that would be just, like, the funniest ad campaign. Okay. Yeah, calm down, Carly. This reminds me of Rachel Animorphs, lol. I will understand that once we start reading Animorphs. Also, not gonna lie, it's a bit weird to see kids dressing up as characters who heavily sexualized in the Batman universe. That's true. Glad they made it a regular cat. Yeah, that's true. I'm glad that they did that. I think they probably did it more so for, like, copyright reasons, but that was a good thing, whether they did or not, for whatever reason they did it. I was Batman for Halloween when I was in grade 6. Everyone who saw me was like, Batgirl, and I was like, foam pecs and abs. I'm the Dark Knight. I'm Batman. I think I might indeed go to bed. Good night, Ellery. That's cool. Best of luck, fellow Knight of Bot. Until next stream. We'll probably end up pointing a couple more mods at some point, just because I don't want so much work to be put on Ellery and Paulo. Upside down, the tube slide saying, I am the knight. That's so funny. Do you not see the abs? Bear tree. Yep, we got another bear tree. Partridge in a bear tree. Bale Batman voice and everything. It's true, like... There's a thing, especially when you're a kid, if you dress up like if you're a girl and you dress up as a boy character, everybody's just like, oh, you're like the girl version of that character. And you're like, nah, not necessarily. I don't want to be Batgirl. What does Batgirl do? I actually haven't ever read any of the Batgirl comics. She might be cool. Carly Beth is about to murk her bestie. I mean, bestie. She's kind of a shitty bestie, but still, she should be choking anybody. Skin is kind of rubbery. It kind of stretches. Yeah. Pivot! Pivot! Blink says I listened to the stream. What? Sorry. Okay, kids, it's okay to choke. Yeah, right. Please, kids, do not choke your friends. Do you ever, like, play with your face after it's been number... Like, I poke myself in the cheek and it feels... Yes! Yeah, I've done that. When I still was completely numbed after having my wisdom teeth out, I was like, whoa. Of course, this hurt, so I was like, whoa, and then I would, like, hit the wrong spot, and I was like, ah! I want that as an ad for Halloween. I do, too. Not a great mood. My team really shit the... Oh, I'm sorry, Paulo. Don't follow sports, folks. It'll fuck with your mood. Sorry. I think it's paralyzed by the Joker. That was one time. You guys have seen the PSA for like paying women equal pay wages, like equal wages for women, from like the 60s or 70s with Adam West Batman and what's her name that played Catwoman or Batgirl, and Batgirl's like, why do I not get paid the same as Robin? And everybody's like, yeah, what does Robin do? I noticed in the show they tried to cover it up. Carly Beth's hands around Sabrina's neck, so it just looks like she's shaking her super hard. Yeah, and finally, I was gonna say something stupid. The canceled Batgirl movie, but nah. Oh, too soon. It's too soon. That movie was basically done, and they were just like, nah. I know what you're saying, Pizza. That's true, because right here is about where the cliffhanger between part 1 and 2 was, because it was a 2-part special episode. All right. Sabrina uttered a shocked cry and staggered back, pulling herself from Carly Beth's grip. Carly Beth, she sputtered. What is happening to me? Carly Beth wondered, gaping in horror at her friend. Why did I do that? Gotcha, Carly Beth exclaimed. She laughed. You should have seen the look on your face, Sabrina. Did you think I was really choking you? I think that's gaslighting. Sabrina rubbed her neck with one silver glowing hand. She frowned at her friend. That was a joke? You scared me to death. Carly Beth laughed again. Just keeping it in character, she said lightly, pointing to her mask. You know, trying to get the right mood. Haha, like, I like scaring people, you know? Usually I'm the one who's trembling in fright. She picked up the bag. Trembling in fright is not how 11-year-olds talk. Mr. Stein. She picked up the bag and broomstick, fixing the plaster of Paris head on the top. Then she hurried up the nearest driveway toward a well-lighted house with a Happy Halloween banner in the front window. Does Sabrina believe it was just a joke? Carly Beth asked herself as she raised her shopping bag and rang the doorbell. What on earth was I doing? Why did I suddenly get so angry? Why did I attack my best friend like that? Sabrina stepped up beside her, and the front door was pulled open. 2 little blonde kids, a boy and a girl, appeared in the doorway. Their mother stepped up behind them. Trick or treat, Carly Beth and Sabrina called out in unison. Why is it that when they said a little blonde girl and boy, I immediately thought of Lucas and Jane from the Nancy Drew games? The 2 terrible kids that make you play games. Trick or treat, Carly Beth and Sabrina called out in unison. Ooh, that's a scary mask, the woman said to her 2 children, grinning at Carly Beth. What are you supposed to be, a cat? The little boy asked Sabrina. Sabrina meowed at him. I'm Catwoman, she told him. I don't like the other one, the little girl exclaimed to her mother. It's too scary. It's just a funny mask, the mother assured her daughter. Too scary. It's scaring me, the little girl insisted. Carly Beth leaned the entryway of the house, bringing her grotesque face up close to the little girl. I'll eat you up, she growled nastily. The little girl screamed and disappeared into the house. Her brother stared wide-eyed at Carly Beth. The mother quickly dropped candy bars into the girl's bags. You shouldn't have scared her, she said softly. She has nightmares. Instead of apologizing, Carly Beth turned to the little boy. I'll eat you up too, she snarled. Hey, stop, the woman protested. Carly Beth laughed a deep-throated laugh and jumped off the porch and took off across the lawn. Why'd you do that? Sabrina asked as they made their way across the street. Why'd you scare those kids like that? The mask made me do it, Carly Beth replied. She meant it as a joke, but the thought troubled her mind. At least at the next few houses, Carly Beth hung back and let Sabrina do the talking. At one house, a middle-aged man in torn blue sweater pretended to be scared of Carly Beth's mask. His wife insisted that the girls come inside so that they could show their elderly mother the great costume. No, don't go into somebody's house. Don't go into somebody's house if you don't know them. Carly Beth groaned loudly but followed Sabrina into the house. The old woman gazed at them blankly from her wheelchair. Carly Beth growled at her, but it didn't appear to make any impression. Older people are so terrifying in the way that nothing frightens them sometimes, I swear. They've seen it all. On their way out the door, the man in the torn sweater handed each girl a green apple. Carly Beth waited till they were down on the sidewalk. Then she turned, pulled back her arm, and heaved the apple at the man's house with all her might. It made a loud thunk as it smacked against the shingled front wall near the front door. I really hate getting apples on Halloween, Carly Beth declared, especially green ones. Carly Beth, I'm worried about you, Sabrina cried, eyeing her friend with concern. You're not acting like you at all. No, I'm not a pitiful, frightened little mouse tonight, Carly Beth thought bitterly. Give me that, she ordered Sabrina and grabbed Sabrina's apple from her bag. Hey, stop, Sabrina protested. Sabrina's like, I like apples. But Carly Beth arched her arm and tossed Sabrina's apple at the house. It clanged noisily as it hit the aluminum gutter. The man in the torn sweater poked his head out the door. Hey, what's the big idea? Run, Carly Beth screamed. The two girls took off running at full speed down the block. They didn't stop until the house was out of sight. Sabrina grabbed Carly Beth's shoulders and held on, struggling to catch her breath. You're crazy, she gasped. You're really crazy. It takes one to know one, Carly Beth said playfully. They both laughed. Carly Beth searched the block looking for Chuck and Steve. She saw a small group of costumed kids huddled together at the corner, but no sign of the two boys. Sabrina really does have, like, follower energy that I think is going to be not so great if she doesn't figure out in the long run of her life. Smaller houses jammed closer together lined the two sides of the block. Let's split up, Carly Beth suggested, leaning against the broomstick. We'll get more candy that way. Sabrina frowned at her friend, eyeing her suspiciously. Carly Beth, you don't even like candy, she exclaimed. But Carly, you don't like any candy? But Carly Beth was already running up the driveway to the first house, her sculpted head bobbing wildly above her on its broomstick. This is my night, Carly Beth thought, accepting a candy bar from the smiling woman who answered the door. My night. She felt a tingle of excitement she'd never felt before, and a strange feeling that she couldn't describe, a hunger. A few minutes later, her shopping bag starting to feel heavy, she came to the end of the block. She hesitated on the corner, trying to decide whether to do the other side of the street or go on to the next block. It was very dark there, she realized. The moon had once again disappeared behind dark clouds. The corner streetlight was out, probably burned out. Across the street, 4 very young trick-or-treaters were giggling as they approached a house with jack-o'-lanterns on the porch. Uh-oh. Carly Beth sank back into the darkness. She heard voices, boys' voices. Chuck and Steve? No, these voices were unfamiliar. They were arguing about where to trick-or-treat next. One of them wanted to go home and call a friend. How about a little scare for you guys, Carly Beth thought, a smile spreading across her face. How about something to remember this Halloween night? She waited, listening until they were a few feet away, so she could see them now. 2 mummies, their faces wrapped in gauze. Closer, closer, she waited for the perfect moment. Then she burst from the shadows, uttering an angry animal howl that shattered the air. The 2 boys gasped and jumped back. Hey, one of them tried to shout, but his voice caught in his throat. The other one dropped his bag of candy. As he started to pick it up, Carly Beth moved quickly. She grabbed the bag from his hand, jerked it away from him, and started to run. Come back! That's mine! Hey! Their voices were high and shrill, filled with fear and surprise. As she ran across the street, Carly Beth glanced back to see if they were following her. No, they were too frightened. They stood huddled together on the corner, shouting after her. Holding the stolen candy bag tightly in her free hand, Carly Beth tossed back her head and laughed. A cruel laugh, a triumphant laugh, a laugh she had never heard before. She emptied the boys' candy. Hey, she already said that. She emptied the boys' candy into her own bag, then tossed the bag onto the ground. She felt good, really strong, and ready for more fun. Come on, Chuck and Steve, she thought. It's your turn next. Oof. If anything is more useful than Robin. Poor Robin. can't lose a profit if you don't release it and get the tax write-off. I mean, true, but also that they sunk so much money into that movie, man. Don't insult my son in front of me, Paulo. It is worth noting that some versions of Robin are much better than others. But yeah, I like Robin. That girl? Nah, that can be axed. But then saw Velma and were like, that would... The world needs this beauty. Oh god. The lack of air entering my lungs would say... Yes, Carly Beth. Yeah, the lack of air entering my lungs means that I did actually think you were choking me, because you were choking me. Robin is there for moral support. I know I have been a Robin stan for like several decades. Aw. My little special boys. I will defend them forever. Yay, emotional damage, my favorite. Bit of a sad treat. We all have those characters that we'll defend forever, right? Perfectly valid. I actually like Robin. He's kind of a sweetie. Rebuild because there aren't any trees. That giant left. Oh, that is sad. Awful nightmares as a kid, so I feel sympathetic. I do too. I have had night terrors on and off my entire life. Like, definitely all through childhood, but they got better once I hit adulthood, but then they kind of come in waves. So I definitely can sympathize. Not cool, Carly Beth. Carly Beth is gonna rip an old woman. That old woman just looked her straight in the eye and was like, come at me. Nothing happened, but I was really uncomfortable and scared, but didn't want to be rude. Yeah. Yeah. One thing that my mom taught me from a young age is, like, if you feel unsafe, it is okay to be rude. Like, my mom has told me from a young age, you know, like, if you're in an elevator and the only other person that gets in the elevator makes you uncomfortable, you get out. It's better to look rude or stupid than to be on Dateline. But I totally know that feeling. I'm a total people pleaser. I also hate feeling like I'm being rude. Grandmother gave me an apple for Halloween one year, as well as lots of candy. Aww. Worst thing you ever gotten in your Halloween bag? I'll go first. Bible tract about the fall of Lucifer. I got a Bible tract about a Satanist. I think it was a Satanist. It might have just been a Wiccan who was putting razor blades in kids' candy. And of course, I've told the All-State Pencil story. And that lady was also giving out religious tracts, but not those specific religious tracts. Also, those little candies that are wrapped like strawberries are always pretty lame. Carly really is a monster. She doesn't like candy. Any Halloween there's so much candy, though. You could have any kind. A pencil. Yeah, I got an All-State pencil. See, if it was like a fun pencil, that's the thing, is like, if you gave me, I was a kid, if you gave me a pencil that was like a Disney princess pencil, you know, or like a pencil of something that I was into, I probably would have loved that pencil and I would have used it. But it was an All-State pencil. Dental floss before. we used to, the public shopping plaza right by where we used to live in the little tiny small town where we grew up. Um, all the places in the shopping plaza would, you could like trick or treat around there. So like, we would get taken there as little kids to go trick or treating first, and then we go trick or treating in our actual trick or treating in the neighborhood. And the dentist did not want to hand out candy because they're dentists. They know how bad all that stuff is for your teeth. So what they did, because they also didn't want to be unpopular with the kids in the neighborhood, they handed out those glow-in-the-dark vampire teeth, which I always thought was very clever, and I was always happy to get. Care about is the one from Dark Knight Rises. They're useful for an adult, but most kids just want candy unless the kid draws, yeah. I think it's time you calm down, yeah. As a kid, getting treat bags with pencils is great. I'm an artist, and when I get a pencil, yeah. Yeah, I also, like, I liked to draw, I liked to write, I was really into journaling, so, like, I had uses for pencils, but it was a boring Allstate pencil. Episode of Lazy Town, I should. And it's just, when I do, it's just gonna be called Robbie Rotten Appreciation Post, because that man was wonderful. Robin from Lego Batman was great. We don't put razor blades in candy, we put it in the Thanksgiving dinner. I know that happened, right? But acting like it happened all the time is kind of disingenuous. Acting like, and it's good to teach kids to be skeptical of candy that strangers give you. But like, acting like it was a every Halloween epidemic is kind of disingenuous. Acting like it was like some kind of like Satanist revenge on Christian kids is definitely disingenuous. They could just have kids prick from the dentist prize chest. I love the dentist prize chest. Your dentist had a dentist prize chest too? Yes. Give out candy to drum up more business. Yeah. Like, see you next week. One time as a kid, I had a cleaning on Halloween. And my dentist, it was a husband and wife that ran this place, and the wife was she was wonderful. She was so like salty. She was very nice, but she was just kind of like, she had the energy of like April from Parks and Rec. She had my birthday. I love this woman, and she comes in to clean my teeth, and she's like, "Oh, it's Halloween. What's even the point?" I'm excited for Phineas and Ferb returning. Phineas and Ferb are my boys. This play thing has only ever actually been perpetrated by parents to their own children. Yeah, I don't want to say it's never happened, but I've never been able to find an actual documented case of it happening. So not saying it doesn't ever happen, but just that like, some parents want you to think like, oh, you can't go trick-or-treating because you will get razor blades in your candy, and that's just not the way that it was. On top of that, it was poisoning via family members. Yeah. Carly Beth really wanted to scary costume. She should have been like that little girl in dress. Oh God, you're right. That's the scariest costume there is. Jesus Christ. I got comments on that video. Not many. I think it was only like one or two. And somebody was just like, ugh, it doesn't look anything like that. You're just being dramatic to get the clicks. And I'm like, first of all, I didn't say anything about that on the thumbnail. And two, yes, it absolutely does. I'm not happy about it, but it definitely does look like that. My mom never really was worried about me. I mean, my parents would be like, you're not allowed to eat any candy until you get back and we can check it and all that stuff. But like, Tar-filled owl. I did a video on an old PSA from the 70s about Halloween trick-or-treating safety types of things, and they took the girl's witch costume, and I swear I don't know that they meant to do it, but they made her look like a member of a Triple K member. It was not. It did not look good. Jehovah's Witness. They greatly exaggerated the dangers of trick-or-treating and the kids, so they wouldn't want to do it. Her little brother thought his friends like gonna die. Oh. Experienced nor knew anyone who got the razor blade. Yeah, me neither. Died yet. Done something right. The only people who ever told me about it were the Christians who just didn't want me to participate in Halloween. Those were the only people. Or like the people that were like, oh, Halloween is satanic. And then when kids were still trick-or-treating, they're like, you know you could get a razor blade in your candy, right? He was like, oh my god. Alright, chapter 17. It's a short chapter. What time is it? It should be close to midnight by now, right? It is. It is close to midnight, but we're close to ending the book, so that's good. Carly Beth found Chuck and Steve a few minutes later. They were across the street from her, standing in the light of someone's driveway, examining the contents of their trick-or-treat bags. Carly Beth ducked behind the wide trunk of an old tree near the sidewalk. Her heart began to pound as she spied on them. Neither boy had bothered to put on real costumes. Chuck had a red bandana tied around his head and a black mask over his eyes. Steve had blackened his cheeks and forehead with big smudges and wore an old tennis hat and torn raincoat. Is he supposed to be a bum? Carly Beth wondered. That wasn't me, that was Carly Beth wondering. She watched them sift through their bags. They had been out for quite a while, she saw. Their bags appeared pretty full. Suddenly, Steve glanced up in her direction. Carly Beth jerked her head back behind a tree trunk. Had he seen her? No. Don't blow it now, she told herself. You waited so long for this moment. You waited so long to pay them back for all the scares. Carly Beth watched the two boys make their way up the front porch of the next house. Nearly tripping over the broomstick, she darted out away from the tree. She ran across the street and ducked low behind a hedge. When they come back down the driveway, I'll leap out. I'll pounce on them. I'll scare them to death, she thought. The low hedge smelled piney and sweet. It was still wet from the morning's rain. The wind made the leaves tremble. What was that strange whistling sound? It took Carly Beth a while to realize it was her own breathing. She suddenly began to have doubts. This isn't going to work, she thought, crouching lower behind the trembling hedge. I am a complete jerk. Chuck and Steve aren't going to be scared by a stupid mask. I'm going to jump out at them, and they're going to laugh at me, as they always do. Why does she think she's a jerk? She doesn't think she's doing something wrong by trying to scare them. She's just worried that's not going to work. They're going to laugh and say, oh, hi, Carly Beth, looking good, or something like that. I've seen the episode, they don't. And then they'll tell everyone in school how I thought I was so scary and how they recognized me immediately and what a total jerk I am. And everyone will have a good laugh at my expense. I don't think he's using the term jerk correctly here. I don't know why that's bugging me so much. Why did I ever think this would work? What made me think it was such a hot idea? Crouched behind the hedge, Carly Beth could feel her anger grow. Anger at herself, anger at the two boys. Her face felt burning hot inside the ugly mask. Her heart thudded loudly. Her rapid breaths whistled against the flat nose. The whistling against the nose keeps coming back. Chuck and Steve were approaching. She could hear their sneakers crunch over the gravel driveway. Carly Beth tensed her leg muscles and prepared to pounce. Okay, she thought, taking a deep breath. Here goes. I'm just going to read the next chapter since that one was short. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. The two boys moved slowly past the hedge. They were talking excitedly to each other, but to Carly Beth, their voices seemed low and far away. Carly Beth, she pulled herself up, stepped out from the hedge, and screamed at the top of her lungs. Even in the dim light, she could see the reactions clearly. Their eyes went wide, their mouths dropped open, their hands shot up above their heads. Steve cried out. Chuck grabbed the sleeve of Steve's coat. Carly Beth's scream echoed over the dark front lawn. The sound seemed to hover in the air. Everything moved so slowly. So slowly, Carly Beth could see Chuck's eyebrows quiver. She could see his chin tremble. She could see the fear shimmer in Steve's eyes as they moved from her mask up her head onto the broomstick. She waved the broomstick menacingly. Steve uttered a frightened whimper. Chuck gaped at Carly Beth, his frightened eyes locked on hers. Carly Beth, is that you? He finally managed to choke out. Did she say anything? Oh, because of the head? Yeah. Carly Beth uttered an animal growl but didn't reply. Who are you? Steve demanded, his voice trembling. It's Carly Beth, I think, Chuck told him. Is it you in there, Carly Beth? Steve let out a tense laugh. You scared us. Carly Beth, is it you? Chuck demanded again. Carly Beth waved the broomstick. She pointed up to the head. That's Carly Beth's head, she told them. Her voice was a deep, throaty rasp. Huh? Both boys gazed up at it uncertainly. That's Carly Beth's head, she repeatedly said. That's Carly Beth's head, she repeated slowly, waving it toward them. The painted eyes of the sculpted face appeared to glare down at them. Poor Carly Beth didn't want to give up her head tonight, but I took it anyway. Both boys stared up at the head. Chuck continued to grip Steve's coat sleeve. Steve uttered another tense laugh. He stared at Carly Beth, his expression confused. You're Carly Beth, right? How are you making that weird voice? That's your friend Carly Beth, she growled, pointing up to the head of the broomstick. That's all that's left of her. Adding to the list of things R.L. Stine did before anyone else did, this is the same energy as that Taylor Swift music video where she's like, the old Taylor can't come to the phone right now. Why? Because she's dead. It's the same energy. Chuck swallowed hard. His eyes were trained on the bobbing head. Steve stared intently at Carly Beth's mask. Hand over your candy, Carly Beth snarled, surprised by the vicious tone in her voice. Huh? Steve cried. Hand it over now or I'll put your heads on the stick. Both boys laughed shrill giggles. I'm not joking, Carly Beth roared. Her angry words cut their laughter short, sorry. Carly Beth, give us a break, Chuck muttered uncertainly, his eyes still narrowed in fear. Yeah, really, Steve said softly. Hand over your bags, Carly Beth insisted coldly. Or your heads will adorn my stick. She lowered the broomstick toward them menacingly. And as she lowered it, all three of them stared up at the dark-eyed face. All three of them studied the frozen face, the face that looked so real, that looked so much like Carly Beth Caldwell. A sudden breeze swirled around them, making the head bob on the stick. And then all three of them saw the eyes blink. Once, twice, the brown eyes blinked. I don't mean to diss the props department on the show, but they really did not capture the lifelikeness of that head. I never once got the feeling that it looked exactly like her human head. And the lips on her head parted, making a dry, scraping sound. Frozen in horror, Carly Beth stared up at the face along with the two boys, and the three of them saw the lips move and heard the dry, crackling sound. All three of them saw the dark lips squeezing together, then part. All three of them saw the bobbing head form the silent words, help me, help me. Wow, this era of Goosebumps really was oops all bangers, right? Like, I'm gonna read the next chapter too because it's another short chapter. And then chapter 20 is a normal chapter. But like, yeah, starting with like, I'd say starting with Girl Who Cried Monster and going up to this one, it's just, ooh, he was just hitting them out of the park. They're like, not that the other ones weren't good, but like, he's just on a roll in this era. In her horror, Carly Beth let go of the broomstick. It hit the ground beside Chuck. The head rolled under the hedge. It talked, Steve cried. Chuck uttered a low whimper. Without another word, both boys dropped their candy bags and took off, their sneakers thudding loudly on the sidewalk. The wind swirled around Carly Beth as if holding her in place. She felt like tossing her head back and howling. She felt like tearing off her coat and flying through the night. She felt like climbing a tree, leaping onto a roof, roaring up at the starless black sky. She stood frozen for a long moment, letting the wind sweep around her. The boys were gone. They had fled in terror. Terror! Carly Beth had succeeded. She had scared them nearly to death. She knew she'd never forget the horrified looks on their faces, the fear and disbelief that glowed in their dark eyes. And she would never forget her feeling of triumph, that thrilling sweetness of revenge. For a brief moment, she realized she had felt the fear, too. She had imagined that the head on the stick had come to life, had blinked its eyes, had spoken silently to them. For a brief moment, she had caught the fear. She had fallen under the spell of her own trickery. But of course, the head hadn't come alive. She assured herself now. Of course, the lips hadn't moved, hadn't made their silent plea. Help me, help me. It had to be shadows, she knew. Shadows cast by the light of the moon. By the light of silvery... Sorry, it's in my head now. Shadows cast by the light of the moon, floating from behind the shifting black clouds. Where was the head? Where was the broomstick she had dropped? It didn't matter now. They were no longer of any use to her. Carly Beth had won her victory, and now she was running wildly all over the front lawns, jumping over shrubs and hedges, flying over the dark, hard ground. She was running blindly, the houses whirring past her on both sides. The bluster... Oh, goodness. Hi, Logitech. The blustery wind swirled and she swirled with it, rising over the sidewalks, rushing through the tall weeds, blowing with the wind like a helpless leaf. Holding her bulging candy bag, she ran past the startled trick-or-treaters, past glowing pumpkins, past rattling skeletons. She ran until her breath gave out. Then she stopped, panting loudly. She shut her eyes, waiting for her heart to stop pounding, for the blood to stop pulsing at her temples, and a hand grabbed her shoulder roughly from behind. Next chapter's not super long, but I'll take a break since I just read 3. Oof. My back is not liking the way that I'm sitting right now. Hi, Katie. I see you in chat. I'll get to your comment in a second. God dislikes those Christians. I agree. I think he very much dislikes those Christians. Me and my people don't have such a good relation to them as well as the government. Yeah. Very few. Yeah, not a lot of good has come out of that kind of religion. Just historically. In every way you could possibly imagine. This moment, my little green friend. Evil Palpatine cackle. Yeah. What to say about... say about it. This... and end your rule. Yeah. Well, governments are run by politicians, and politicians are untrusting garbage in general. Yeah. And the church too, yeah. Any big organization with powerful people in powerful positions is bound to usually go wrong. Animal hospital. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry to hear that, Patrick. Hold on together. Some decent churches. Yeah, to disclaimer, and I always say this, there are churches that are genuinely full of good people and actually just like serving the community and doing good. And there are Christians who are not horrible people. It's not hashtag not all Christians. It's one of those situations where it's more just like the bigger establishment is where the problems are. But yeah, like as an establishment, the Christians have done a whole lot of crusading and taking things that aren't theirs, including land and all that horrible stuff. Swallowed a whole bottle. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. miss most of this generally. Wait for my sister to go to bed so that shave 2 hours. I'm just eating later. Usual since I needed to wait for my ears to dry. No worries, Cassidy. You can always watch the VOD back if you're interested in hearing the whole reading of the book and the rest of the chat. Good to see you though. Oh yeah, you can't put headphones in with wet ears. I've been there, it's not good. Your heads will adorn my stick. What kind of what a Lord of the Flies moment. I was thinking Game of Thrones too, with Joffrey putting everybody's head up on spikes. Very gruesome. So fun story, by the way, since we're talking about gruesome things live on broadcast. My Halloween Town High video from a couple months ago, I guess, 2-3 months ago at this point. It got limited ads for like a non-brand safe content, and I was like, what the hell is wrong with that video, guys? And so I requested a manual review, and the manual review came back upholding the limited ads, and I was just like, okay, but why? I really wanted to talk though. Don't go to church. Yeah. I've noticed that a lot of Christians who are not into all the craziness going on right now have just dipped and been like, bye. Which is very very understandable given the state of everything right now. Yeah, he's at the emergency hospital. Sorry, I'm reading these late. Probably somebody has clarified that already. Lazy Town. Oh, you gotta start with the We Are Number One episode. I was messing around doing like a little bit of songwriting when I had a couple of minutes yesterday, and I was like doing this I had this melody, and I was like, what does it remind me of? And I'm like, damn it, it sounds like the We Are Number One thing. God damn it. Yeah, I hope you guys are okay, Patrick. Robbie's dream team. Yeah, Cameron's right. We can't keep sweeping history away, because then nothing ever improves. I'm so sorry, Patrick. Jeffrey, that kid. Oh, he was the worst. That's a bad guy that has no redeeming qualities, right? There's nothing to make him, there's nothing to even make him likable. He wasn't even like, ooh, he's so fun to watch be evil. It's like, nah, this kid is just evil. Was it stuff like horror? No, it was Halloween Town High. It was like, I was like, what in the world? Like, aside from the typical, like, me swearing, like I do probably in every single video, there's nothing in there. I said, did Grandma Aggie hook up with Shakespeare? But that's not enough to get limited ads. I'm glad I've been baptized just in case, so I guess that makes me agnostic. I always say I'm you know, I don't really identify as any specific thing, but I do often gravitate towards saying agnostic, because I don't want to subscribe to a religion, necessarily, but I do believe in respecting the possibility of an afterlife. And I kind of do believe in like an afterlife and a higher power and all that stuff. There's no like religious system that I feel like is perfectly good for me specifically, but that's a whole other issue. Game of Thrones ended up sucking, but I still love the line from Tyrion when Joffrey came. Tyrion said, "What did you kill if you..." Yeah, Tyrion did have the best moments. The last season was... Ooh, I can't even watch House of the Dragon because I'm just still so pissed about the last season. Why you got such ads? Well, like, I got limited ads, which basically just means, like, they were like, oh, some advertisers don't like this, so it's limited ads. And it's like, okay, whatever. That's whatever, but why? No, it wasn't the ads. It was the basically YouTube telling me a lot of like, we're putting this in the category of not all companies will want to run ads on this because it's like edgy content. And I'm like, it's a Halloween Town High video. What are you talking about? Personally non-denominational Christian. Yeah, that's how I was raised. And again, religious people, very cool as long as they're not you know, hating on people outside of their religion. Very, very cool. I'm not about here to be like, oh, people. I don't like the people who are just like being assholes just for the sake of being assholes to people for their beliefs. That's not cool. I'm a very live and let live kind of person. Darkness. God, be like, please like and subscribe. What's up, gamers? Smash that. Sorry. That was just a very funny thought in my head. Yeah, I agree with that, Paulo. Yeah, I personally like the, like, I think, personally, I find a lot of comfort and freedom just being like, whoa, the world is so big and anything could be possible, you know? To me, that's kind of one of those moments where I'm like, wow, Earth is amazing. Wait, catchy content if Avery talks about stuff. Look, I know that I like to say fuck, but so does everybody. I don't think you can count my channel as edgy. Is there a video loop of Jeff? Probably. Everybody was so happy when that dude died. And I've never met the actor, but apparently Natasha has, and she's like, he is the nicest guy. And I'm like, that's actually really funny. That's usually how it works out, right? Like, usually the people that are known for playing bad guys are the sweethearts. Okay, why a Halloween High video? I have no idea. I have no idea. The funniest thing too is that I got limited ads on our newest Kingdom Hearts live stream, and I was like, that I can see with all the Smasher Pass. I don't blame them for that one. But then they rescinded it. They're like, wait, we were wrong. Here, have all your ads back. And I was like, okay. Learning about how the universe works. Some knowledge over ignorance. Yeah, I agree, Cameron. That's interesting. Halloween Town High of all things got limited ads. So naughty about. Yes, the edgy content of early 2000s Disney Channel. I'm sure Disney won't want to put their ads on this. Yeah, everything I've heard about the guy is, like, he's super nice, and I just think that's really interesting that, like, the people who are known for playing bad guys are always the ones where people are like, he is the nicest guy, like... I'm sorry, Patrick. If it helps, I can read another chapter to try to distract you. I'm sorry, the idea of your video being considered edgy is so funny to me. LOL, you talk about Halloween Town. I know, right? Can't catch a break. YouTube thinks I'm too edgy, somehow. And then other people are like, oh, you know, what is it, just like a little, like, channel where people talk about kid stuff? And I'm like, yeah, because it's awesome. Because Halloween Town is great. That's usually good. Explain why... Sounds familiar, but I don't remember that movie in full. Speaking of early 2000s... Tiger Cruise! Oh my god, that just unlocked a memory. Tiger Cruise. Yep. That's gonna have to be a video eventually. Alright, I gotta... Since it's officially past midnight, I'm gonna get my ass into gear and start reading the last few chapters of this, because we are close to the end. Startled, Carly Beth shrieked and spun around. Sabrina, she cried breathlessly. Grinning, Sabrina let go of her shoulder. I've been looking for you for hours, Sabrina scolded. Where'd you go? I guess I got lost, Carly Beth replied, still struggling to catch her breath. 1 minute you were there, the next minute you disappeared, Sabrina said, adjusting her mask over her dark hair. How'd you do? Carly Beth asked, trying to speak her normal voice. I ripped my cat suit, Sabrina complained. Frowning, she pulled at the lycra material on the leg to show Carly Beth. Snagged it on a stupid mailbox. Bad news, Carly Beth sympathized. Did you scare anyone with that mask? Sabrina demanded, still fingering the tear in the catsuit leg. Yeah, a few kids, Carly Beth replied casually. It's really gross, Sabrina said. That's why I picked it. They both laughed. Did you get a lot of candy? Sabrina asked. She picked up Carly Beth's bag and looked inside. Wow, what a haul. I hit a lot of houses, Carly Beth said. She also stole like 3 or 4 different people's candy. Let's go back to my house and check out the loot, Sabrina suggested. Yeah, okay, Carly Beth followed her friend across the street. Unless you want to trick-or-treat some more, Sabrina offered, stopping in the middle of the street. No, I've done enough, Carly Beth said. She laughed to herself. I did everything I wanted to do tonight. They started walking again. They were walking against the wind, but Carly Beth didn't feel at all chilled. 2 girls in frilly dresses, their faces brightly made up, funny, blonde, mop-like wigs on their heads ran by. One of them slowed when she caught sight of Carly Beth's mask. She uttered a soft gasp that hurried after her friend. Did you see Steve and Chuck? Sabrina asked. I searched everywhere for them, she groaned. That's all I did tonight. I spent the whole night looking for everybody. You, Steve, and Chuck. How come you never got together? How come we never got together? Carly Beth shrugged. I saw them, she told her friend. A few minutes ago, back there, she motioned with her head. They're such scaredy cats. I'd feel bad for Sabrina for not getting as much trick-or-treating done and not getting as much candy, probably, but, like, she also is a really shitty friend, so it's probably karmic, nothing else. Huh? Steve and Chuck? Sabrina's expression turned to surprise. Yeah, they got one look at my mask and they took off, Carly Beth told her, laughing. They were screaming like babies. Sabrina joined in laughter. I don't believe it, she exclaimed. They always act so tough, and I called after them, but they just kept running, Carly Beth told her, grinning. Weird, Sabrina declared. Yeah, weird, Carly Beth agreed. Did they know it was you? Sabrina asked. Carly Beth shrugged. I don't know. They took one look at me and they ran like rabbits. Does she not think that Sabrina's going to talk to the boys like at school the next day or anything? They told me they planned to scare you, Sabrina revealed. They were going to sneak up behind you and make scary noises or something. Carly Beth snickered. It's hard to sneak up behind someone when you're running for your life. Sabrina's house came into view. Carly Beth shifted the candy bag to her other hand. I got some good stuff, Sabrina said, peering into her bag. Oh, so, see, I don't feel that bad for her. As she walked, I had to get a lot. I have to share it with my cousin, since he has the flu and couldn't trick-or-treat tonight. I'm not sharing any of mine, Carly Beth said. Noah went out with his pals. He'll probably come home with a year's supply. Mrs. Connolly gave cookies and popcorn again this year, Sabrina said, sighing. I'll just have to throw it all out. Mom won't let me eat anything that isn't wrapped. She's afraid of some ghoul will put poison in it. I had to throw out a lot of good stuff last year. Sabrina knocked on her front door. A few seconds later, her mother opened it and the girls entered. That's some mask, Carly Beth, she said, studying it. How'd you girls do? Okay, I think, Sabrina replied. Well, just remember, I know, Mom, Sabrina interrupted. Throw out everything that isn't wrapped, even the fruit. As soon as you can just cut up well, somebody I guess could have put something on it, but yeah, I don't know. Better safe than sorry, I guess. As soon as Mrs. Mason had gone back to the den, the two girls turned over their bags and dumped all the candy out on the living room rug. Hey, look, a big Milky Way, Sabrina declared, pulling out of the pile. My favorite. I hate these, Carly Beth said, holding up an enormous blue jawbreaker. Last time I tried sucking on one of these, I cut my tongue to pieces. She tossed it onto Sabrina's pile. Thanks a bunch, Sabrina said sarcastically. She tugged off her mask and dropped it onto the carpet. Her face was flushed. She shook her black hair. There, that feels better, Sabrina said. Wow, that mask was hot. She raised her eyes to Carly Beth. You don't want to take off your mask? You must be boiling inside it. Yeah, good idea, Carly Beth had actually forgotten she was wearing a mask. She reached up with both hands and tugged at the ears. Ouch, the mask didn't budge. She pulled it by the top of the head. Then she tried stretching it out and tugging it from the cheeks. Ouch, what's wrong? Sabrina asked, concentrating on sorting her candy into piles. Carly Beth didn't reply. She tried prying the mask off at the neck. Then she tugged it up by the ears again. Carly Beth, what's wrong? Sabrina asked, looking up from her candy. Help me, Carly Beth pleaded in a shrill, frightened voice. Please help me, the mask, it won't come off. That's a real bummer. All right. If Sabrina dressed up as a witch, that would have been a fun nod. Did this come out? Maybe this was around the same time as Sabrina. Was 93, was Sabrina the Teenage Witch out yet? It's about how tough it is to be a military brat, and then suddenly, in the act, it's all about 9/11. Yeah, it's like a weird, it's like that time Disney did military propaganda. It was strange. Not how King of the Hill, but I've never watched King of the Hill. Welcome back, Laser. Not doing much at the very moment. We're just wrapping up this book and chatting. I Chinese. Ooh, I love Chinese. I personally always get the beef and broccoli and the crab rangoons and the house rice. In case anybody was wondering. That Carly is being taken over by the mask, yet she can still act as herself at times. Yeah, because I think it's kind of just like seeping in and bringing out like the worst in her, right? It's her. It's just like the worst, most vengeful side of her. Is the way I've always taken it, anyway. Internet ramen. Internet ramen would be a great name for a band. An apple can be soaked with poison. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to Snow White yourself and take apples from strangers and then die. These superstitious parents must have watched those old Halloween safety videos. This witch costume. I haven't really done any research into the whole scare around Halloween and trick-or-treating. I have a theory that it was in large part propaganda. But I could be wrong. I'm not saying that based on any kind of data. I haven't done any research. I've just the reports, the amount of reports do not match the hysteria, so I always had a feeling that it was kind of not an urban legend, but just kind of like being perpetuated to just fearmonger, kind of. I think Disney did that because it was going on and needed to keep the company going. Yeah. Yeah, you could probably do a whole deep dive into the history lesson behind the making of Tiger Cruise. Also, I think he would like King of the Hill. It's pretty chill. As for Chinese food, I generally like dumplings. I love dumplings. Steamed dumplings are the first thing I order. I'm getting Chinese, General Tso's, and spring rolls. Nice. Egg rolls. What the mask like fused with her skin? I think they say something to that effect in the show, that it's kind of like fusing in with her skin. The way to get it off is to surgically remove and then give her a face ooh. That's like some that's like some like soap opera stuff. It's like they had a face transplant and now they look like a totally different person. I'm gonna dip now. Good night, Cameron. That's not how it's resolved. Alright, chapter 21. Not a very long chapter. None of the chapters in this book are very long, but you know, it's not like a 1.5 page chapter. On her knees on the carpet, Sabrina glanced up from her piles of candy bars. Carly Beth, stop clowning around. I'm not, Carly Beth insisted, her voice shrill with panic. Aren't you tired of scaring people tonight? Sabrina demanded. She picked up a clear plastic bag of candy corn. Wonder if Mom will let me keep this. It's wrapped. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm serious, Carly Beth cried. She tugged at the ears of the mask, but couldn't get a good grip. Sabrina tossed down the bag of candy corn and climbed to her feet. You really can't get the mask off? Carly Beth pulled hard on the chin. Ouch, she cried out in pain. It's stuck on my skin or something. Help me. Sabrina laughed. We're going to look pretty stupid if we have to call the fire department to get you out of your mask. Carly Beth didn't find it funny. She gripped the top of the mask with both hands and pulled with all her strength. The mask didn't budge. It was like, wasn't there a YouTuber a couple years ago? He like he closed his head in something, and then the police and then like the fire brigade in London had to come and help him. It was like a whole thing. I think Danny Gonzalez did a video on it. Pulled with all her strength, the mask didn't budge. Sabrina's grin faded. She stepped over to her friend. You're not goofing, are you? You're really stuck? Carly Beth nodded. Well, come on, she urged impatiently. Help me pull it off. Sabrina grabbed the mask top. It's so warm, she exclaimed. You must be suffocating in there. Just pull, Carly Beth wailed. Sabrina pulled. Ouch, not so hard, Carly Beth cried. Really hurts. Sabrina pulled more gently, but the mask didn't budge. She lowered her hands to the cheeks, and pulled. Ouch, Carly Beth shrieked. It's really stuck on my face. What's this thing made of? Sabrina asked, staring intently at the mask. It doesn't feel like rubber. It feels like skin. I don't know what it's made of, and I don't care, Carly Beth grumbled. I just want it off. Maybe we should cut it off, with scissors. And wreck the mask? Sabrina asked. I don't care, Carly Beth exclaimed, tugging furiously on it. I really don't. I just want out. If I don't get this thing off me, I'm gonna lose it. I'm serious. Sabrina put a calming hand on her friend's shoulder. Okay, one more try, then we'll cut it off. She narrowed her eyes as she examined the mask. I should be able to reach underneath it and pull it away, she said, thinking out loud. If I slip my hands up through the neck, I can stretch it out and then push it up. Well, go ahead, just hurry, Carly Beth pleaded. But Sabrina didn't move. Her dark eyes grew wide. Her mouth dropped open as she studied the mask. She uttered a soft gasp of surprise. Sabrina, what's the matter? Carly Beth demanded. Sabrina didn't reply. Instead, she ran her fingers over Carly Beth's throat. Her astonished expression remained frozen on her face. She moved behind Carly Beth and ran her fingers along the back of Carly Beth's neck. What is it? What's the matter? Carly Beth demanded shrilly. Sabrina ran a hand back through her black hair. Her forehead wrinkled in concentration. Carly Beth, she said finally, there's something very weird going on here. What? What are you talking about? Carly Beth demanded. There's no bottom to this mask. Huh? Carly Beth's hand shot up to her neck. She felt around frantically. What do you mean? There's no line, Sabrina told her in a trembling voice. There's no line between the mask and your skin. No place to slip my hand in. But that's crazy, Carly Beth cried. She moved her hands to her throat, pushing up the skin, feeling for the bottom of the mask. That's crazy, just crazy. Sabrina raised her hands to her face, her features tight with horror. That's crazy, crazy, Carly Beth repeated in a high-pitched, frightened voice. But as her trembling fingers desperately explored her neck, Carly Beth realized that her friend was right. There was no longer a bottom to the mask, no place where the mask ended, no opening between the mask and Carly Beth's skin. The mask had become her face. Charming. Whoop. All right, chat, what are we talking about? Hey, Tara. Sesame chicken, crab rangoons, and rice. Ooh. Forgot about the stream today, but I figured I'd drop in anyway. That's okay, Tara. I'm glad you're here at all. Good to have you. Ooh, I'm getting hungry reading about Chinese food. In fairness, I didn't populate the stream until late, so I know I talked about we knew that the stream was happening, but it wasn't officially populated, which means that you probably wouldn't have gotten a notification. So that's partially on me. Sorry about that. I'll have to look into that, Paolo. I could just eat a whole bag of crab rangoons. I love them so much. We've made them homemade before, and they're actually really good. They actually came out really good. Thanks to my mom, not to me. Wait. Remember all that stuff about Gorilla... Oh, yeah, what happened with that? I kind of vaguely... I remember that happening, but I wasn't really, like, paying attention to it. Makes sense. You do have that energy. I love Danny Gonzalez and Drew Gooden and Curtis Connor. Drew Gooden, Scott Kramer guy now. I love all of them. Jarvis Johnson, Scott Kramer, Jordan Adika is great. Eddie Burback every once in a while when he posts. I know he streams mostly now, but when he does post, he always makes bangers. Pain, but I'm doing all right. Oh, I'm sorry for that. Welcome back, Cameron. So who do y'all ship in these books? We've shipped Slappy with Wally? I thought we shipped Slappy with, you know, what's his name? Mr. Wood. Seeing as most of the characters are children, there's not a whole lot of, options that I like as far as shipping goes. I'm okay. Hope you feel better. Oh, Wally is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I remember. The Monster Librarian. The Monster Librarian deserved better, honestly. Mr. Oh, what's his name? Mr. Mortman. Mr. Mortman deserved better. There is a Goosebumps-centric channel called Mr. Mortman's Library, and I think that's a great name for a Goosebumps channel. Thanks, Avery, no problem. Yeah, sure. From Night of the Living Dead. On the bright side, Carly Beth, you just got a $30 total makeover. New face, new you. Yep. Imagine having to go through her whole life wearing that mask, just being like, yeah, it was a long story. It was that dreadful Halloween 1993. I'll never forget it. Gorilla Glue Girl managed to go to someone who was able to dissolve the glue in her hair. Was that what happened? It was a put Gorilla Glue in your hair incident. I know the basics of that, but I was kind of like not paying attention to it because I was like, this poor girl doesn't need anybody else dunking on her. It's almost 12:30. Let's see how long it takes to finish the book. Should be almost done. It's fine if we drag this out a bit. I'm trying to hurry. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by chat like I always do. But I also I don't want to ignore chat because then it's boring if I'm just like, I'm reading and I'm not paying attention to any of you. She ran out of Gotta Be Glue hairspray and used Gorilla Glue spray. Ah, okay. Yep, that's a problem. Who remembers the vintage meme of the girl who was making a hair tutorial and like curling her hair, and she was like, and you want to leave it in for like at least 2 minutes, and then she like burned off a piece of her hair, and then she like freaked out. Seen a clip of that video, like, just ouch. Yeah, I've seen like just the little clip, but I wasn't like following the whole ins and outs of everything. I think it was just something that I saw and was like, that sucks. Alright, chapter 22. Carly Beth's legs trembled as she made her way to the mirror in the front entryway. Her hands still frantically searched her throat as she stepped up to the large rectangular wall mirror and brought her face close to the glass. "No line!" she cried. "No mask line!" Sabrina stood a few feet back, her expression troubled. "I don't understand it," she muttered. staring at Carly Beth's reflection. Carly Beth uttered a sharp gasp. "Those aren't my eyes," she screamed. "Huh?" Sabrina stepped up beside her, still staring into the mirror. "Those aren't my eyes," Carly Beth wailed. "My eyes don't look like that." "Try to calm down," Sabrina urged softly. "Your eyes, they're not mine, not mine," Carly Beth cried, ignoring her friend's plea for calm. "Where are my eyes? Where am I? Where am I, Sabrina? This isn't me in here." This is my favorite part of the whole book. "Carly Beth, please calm down," Sabrina urged, but her voice came out choked and frightened. "It isn't me," Carly Beth declared, gaping in open-mouthed horror at her reflection, her hands pressed tightly against the grotesquely wrinkled cheeks of the mask. "This isn't me." Sabrina reached out to her friend, but Carly Beth pulled away. With a high-pitched wail, a cry of horror and despair, she flung herself through the hallway. She pulled open the front door, struggling with the lock, sobbing loudly. "Carly Beth, stop! Come back!" Ignoring Sabrina's pleas, Carly Beth plunged back into the darkness. The storm door slammed behind her. As she began to run, she could hear Sabrina's frantic cries from the doorway. "Carly Beth, your coat! Come back! You forgot your coat!" Carly Beth's sneakers thudded over the hard ground. She ran into the darkness beneath the trees, as if trying to hide, as if trying to keep her hideous face from view. She reached the sidewalk, turned right and kept running. She had no idea where she was going. She only knew she had to run away from Sabrina, away from the mirror. She wanted to run away from herself, away from her face, the hideous face that had stared back at her in the mirror with those frightening, unfamiliar eyes. Someone else's eyes in her head. Only it was no longer her head, it was an ugly green monster head that had attached itself to hers. Uttering another cry of panic, Carly Beth crossed the street and kept running. The dark trees, black against the starless night sky, swayed and shivered overhead. Houses whirred past, a blur of orange light from their windows. Into the darkness she ran, breathing noisily through the ugly flat nose. The flat nose is back. She lowered her smooth green head against the wind and stared at the ground as she ran, but no matter where she turned her gaze, she saw the mask, she saw the face staring back at her. The ugly, puckering skin, the glowing orange eyes, the rows of jagged animal teeth. My face! My face! High-pitched screams startled her from her thoughts. Carly Beth glanced up to see that she had run into a group of trick-or-treaters. There were 6 or 7 of them, all turned towards her, screaming and pointing. She opened her mouth wide, revealing the sharp fangs, and growled at them. A deep animal growl. The growl made them grow silent. They stared hard at her, trying to decide if she was a threat. If she was threatening them or only kidding. "What are you supposed to be?" a girl in red and white, ruffled clown costume called to her. "I'm supposed to be me, but I'm not," Carly Beth said. Carly Beth thought bitterly. That's my favorite line in the whole thing. And like when I watched the episode, that's my favorite part. "I'm supposed to be me, but I'm not." She ignored the question, lowering her head. Turning away from them, she started to run again. She could hear them laughing now. They were laughing in relief. She knew, glad she was leaving them. With a bitter sob, she turned the corner and kept running. Where am I going? What am I doing? Am I going to keep running forever? The question roared through her mind. She stopped short when the party store came into view. Of course, she thought, the party store. The strange man at the cape, he will help me. He'll know what to do. The man in the cape will know how to get this mask off. Feeling a surge of hope, Carly Beth jogged towards the store. But as she neared it, her hope dimmed, as dark as the store window. Through the glass, she could see that all the lights were out. The store was as dark as night. It was closed. I like to think that in the show, he's just still there when she comes back immediately. And I like to think he was just like, well, this is going to go bad. Time to order a pizza and stay in for the night. Oh, remember Tide Pods? Remember the cinnamon challenge? That was a horrible, horrible idea. Dip again. Bye, Cameron. It was just, ouch, yeah. singing in one. Iron. This was a microphone and oh. I have burned myself with a curling iron so many times. My cousin, the first time she ever tried to flat iron her hair, she like clipped her earlobe in it, and ooh, I think about that to this day. Every time I've used a straight iron, a flat iron, I've been terrified. Plus my hair, I have a lot of hair these days, and it's very, very just thick and wavy, and so usually it takes way too much effort to actually straighten it. That is also my favorite line. It's mine. It's my favorite. Oh my god. I don't know what you want from me. Hi, Sammy. I remember Carly Beth saying that line when I first watched The Haunted Mask. It just sticks with you, right? I'm supposed to be me, but I'm not. She wanted to run away from her face. Yeah, I get that, Carly. Oh no. I felt that before, but it's really just because our brains like to trick us into thinking that we're all unattractive because of the way brains are. It's not that you should actually feel bad about, you know, your appearance or anything. Why was that ever a thing? I have no idea. Favorite internet fail video of all time has to be the one where the girls are watching the American Idol season 7 finale, and when David Cook was announced winner, they all started crying. I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, the cinnamon challenge was actually really dangerous because it absorbs all the moisture in your mouth and then you start choking. It's a very, very bad idea. Worse than the hot chips. Yeah. Cinnamon challenge and Tide Pods were probably two of the worst ideas the internet's ever had. Remember when Glozell nearly died on camera doing... Yes! Yes, I do! I used to watch Glozell all of the time, and I recently saw a, like, mini-doc about her and, like, why she left the internet, because, like, just as easily as she found success, her channel just kind of stopped, and I just felt really sad. I was like, oh, Glozell. I miss Glozell. I think your hair looks nice. Thank you. It has its moments. It also can have really crazy days. It's alright today. I said it, but again, the actress who played her was so good. So good. She really captured the panic. Yeah, very, very talented. Like 12, what was she, like 12 or 13? Very, very good. Like, I definitely get the feeling that she was a big fan of Goosebumps and a big fan of this one, and she understood the subtext of this book, which is a lot for a kid, and it was very good. That's my fave American Idol season. Remember when iCarly tried to make an alternate universe where David Cook was lying about his brother's cancer right before his brother died in real life? That was a thing that they did. I feel had that bust creation of her face ended up looking more like He-Man. Yeah, it did. It really did. Cinnamon challenge, and the whole time he was like hitting the cinnamon from the cabinet and pouring it into a spoon. I was like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Yeah. I'm glad that era of like YouTube challenges is mostly over. But if you're stupid enough to do one of those dangerous challenges, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, it was a lot of like kids that didn't really understand. It was just like, that was the problem too. It's like a lot of big creators were doing it, and then kids were like, oh, it looks fun and silly. And then like kids who didn't understand what they were doing were like putting themselves in harm's way. Though, see, the trick is to fill your mouth with saliva first to dissolve the cinnamon. Glozell. She did a video with one of my favorite YouTubers. Yeah, Glozell was like part of all of our childhoods, I think. Yeah, TikTok. They've all migrated to TikTok, which is part of why TikTok is such a dumpster fire. Crazy Anna. Yeah, they did that. The milk crates challenge. Yeah, the milk crates challenge. The just a lot of this challenges on the internet are just I don't get it. All right, chapter 23. As she stared into the darkened store, I almost read it as darkened soul. That would be metal. A wave of despair swept over Carly Beth. Her hands raised again against the window. She pressed her head against the glass. It felt cool against her hot forehead, the mask's hot forehead. She closed her eyes. What do I do now? What am I doing? I think this is a typo. Is this a typo? It says, what am I doing to do? I think it's supposed to be going to do. What am I going to do? But that's not what it says. It says doing to do. It's all a bad dream, she murmured out loud. It's a bad dream. I'm gonna open my eyes now and wake up. She opened her eyes. She could see her eyes, her glowing orange eyes, reflected in the dark window glass. She could see her grotesque face staring darkly back at her. No, with a shudder that shook her entire body. Carly Beth slammed her fists against the window. Why didn't I wear my mother's duck costume? What a thing that you have to say to yourself. She asked herself angrily, why was I so determined to be the scariest creature that ever roamed on Halloween? Why was I so determined to terrify Chuck and Steve? Because of trauma. Makes us do stupid things. She swallowed hard. Now I'm going to scare people for the rest of my life. As the bitter thoughts rolled through her mind, Carly Beth suddenly became aware of movement inside the store. She saw a dark shadow roll over the floor. She heard footsteps. The door rattled. Then opened a few inches. The store owner... Oh my goodness. Sorry. The store owner poked his head out. His eyes narrowed as they studied Carly Beth. I stayed late, he said quietly. I expected to see you again. See, he did. He was just like, well, get the door, it's Domino's. I guess my Halloween plans are ruined. Carly Beth was startled by his calmness. I can't get it off, she sputtered. She tugged at the top of the head to demonstrate. I know, the man said. His expression didn't change. Come inside. He pushed the door open. The rest of the way, they stepped back. Carly Beth hesitated, then walked quickly into the dark store. It was very warm inside. The owner turned on a single light above the front counter. He was no longer wearing the cape, Carly Beth saw. He wore black suit pants and a white dress shirt. You knew I'd come back? Carly Beth demanded shrilly. The raspy voice she had acquired inside the mask revealed both anger and confusion. How did you know? I didn't want to sell it to you, he replied, staring at the mask. He shook his head, frowning at the mask. He shook his head, frowning. You remember, don't you? You remember that I didn't want to sell it to you. Yeah, but nobody made you. You still were like $30 though, and then you sold it. I remember, Carly Beth replied impatiently. Just help me take it off, okay? Help me. He stared hard at her. He didn't reply. Help me take it off, Carly Beth insisted, shouting. I want you to take it off, he sighed. I can't, he told her sadly. I can't take it off. I'm really sorry. I think MySpace is technically back. I just think there needs to be a movement for people to actually use it again. I've made jokes in past videos that I'm going to get a MySpace because it would be very on brand for me to only be active on MySpace. Like, you've got to go over to MySpace to see my posts. Yeah. Glozell. Her videos would just pop up all the time. She was always posting. Guava juice for his insane videos like the best. Guava juice gives me I've never watched guava juice. I've watched I think Danny Gonzalez talking about guava juice, and just the clips that he was showing just gave me anxiety. I was just like, I am too anxious for this, man. Dark and Soul would be a great band name. Yup. Yeah, it's a typo. People broke their heads and ankles. Yeah, it was such a stupid challenge. Stacking plastic milk crates and using them as a staircase, trying to get the highest step they could. Yeah, it was really dumb. That sounds like it would fail, yeah. Or probably put on a pot of coffee, ordered a pizza, and watch soap operas waiting for Carly Beth to return. You know what I wish I could do? I wish I could find, like, backlogged archives of, like, any soap opera, like, especially one of the really old ones, and be like, I'm gonna watch through all of this, and then make a big video about the history of this one soap opera. I would be on MySpace if other people were. Me too. I would be on MySpace too. I think as a joke I set up a MySpace, but I don't remember what it was. I'll have to set up a MySpace and then do a little short about being on MySpace. Be looking into that. Facebook still sucks. Meta is, yep. Meta cannot measure up to its nightly namesake. No. I do need to do smaller videos too, where we just watch random episodes of soap operas without any context. But it would be nice to do like a huge project where it's like, I watched every episode of The Guiding Light, even the radio episodes. I feel like there must be an archive of them somewhere. Everyone in this community must make a MySpace. It would take so long, but it would be so satisfying to finally get it out and be like, I've done it. No one else on this platform has done it. Alright, chapter 24. Well, what do you mean? I'm with Follow, by the way. We should all make a movement to start MySpaces. If its layout stayed the same. I can't remember. I remember I looked into it briefly, but I didn't actually, like, explore that much. History of Bold and the Beautiful. My mom loved Bold and the Beautiful, and I watched it with her from the ages of like 6 to 9, which I probably shouldn't have been, but I was really into it. What do you mean? Carly Beth stammered. The store owner didn't reply. He turned toward the back of the store and motioned for her to follow him. Answer me, Carly Beth shrieked. Don't walk away. Answer me. What do you mean the mask can't be taken off? She followed him into the back room, her heart pounding. He clicked on the light. Carly Beth blinked in the sudden brightness. The two long shelves of hideous masks came into focus. She saw a bare spot on the shelf where hers had stood. The grotesque mask all seemed to stare at her. She forced herself to look away from them. Take the mask off now, she demanded, moving to block the store owner's path. I can't remove it, he repeated softly, almost sadly. Why not? Carly Beth demanded. He lowered his voice. Because it isn't a mask. Carly Beth gaped at him. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. It isn't a mask, he told her. It's a real face. Carly Beth suddenly felt dizzy. The floor tilted. The rows of the ugly faces glared at her. All of the bulging, bloodshot yellow and green eyes seemed to be trained on her. She pressed her back against the wall and tried to steady herself. The store owner walked over to the display shelf and gestured to the ugly, staring heads. The unloved, he said sadly, his voice lowered to a whisper. I don't understand, Carly Beth managed to choke out. These are not masks. They are faces, he explained. Real faces. I made them. I created them in my lab. Real faces. But they're so ugly. Carly Beth started. Why? They weren't ugly in the beginning, he interrupted, his voice bitter, his eyes angry. They were beautiful, and they were alive, but some things went wrong. When they were taken out of the lab, they changed. My experiments, my poor heads, were a failure, but I had to keep them alive. I had to. I don't believe it, Carly Beth exclaimed breathlessly, raising her hands to the sides of her face in green, her green distorted face. I don't believe any of it. I'm telling the truth, the store owner continued, running a finger over one side of his narrow mustache, his eyes burning into Carly Beth's. I keep them here. I call them the unloved because no one will ever want to see them. Occasionally, someone wanders into the back room, you, for example, and one of my faces finds a new home. No, Carly Beth uttered, a cry of protest more an animal wail than a human cry. She stared at the gnarled, twisted face on the shelf, the bulging heads of the open wounds, the animal fangs, monsters, all monsters. Take this off, she screamed, losing control. Take this off, take it off. She began tearing frantically at her face, trying to pull it off and to rip off the pieces. Take it off, take it off. He raised a hand to quiet her. I'm sorry, the face is your face now, he said without expression. No, Carly Beth shrieked again in her now raspy voice. Take it off now. I keep forgetting that she's in the monster voice, so that's interesting. I mean, I watched the episode, but I keep forgetting as I'm reading it. She tore at the face, but even in her anger and panic, she knew her actions were useless. The face can be removed, the store owner told her, speaking softly. Carly Beth lowered her hands. She stared at him, hard at him. What did you say? I said there is one way the face can be removed. Yes, Carly Beth felt a powerful chill run down her back, a chill of hope. Yes, how? Tell me, she pleaded. Please, tell me. I cannot do it for you, he replied, frowning, but I can tell you how. However, if it ever again attaches itself to you or another person, it will be forever. How do I get it off? Tell me, Carly Beth begged. How do I get it off? I'm gonna read the next chapter because it's short. The light flickered overhead, and because it's late, and I want to get this book done, and we are almost at the end. The light flickered overhead. The rows of bloated, distorted faces continued to stare at Carly Beth. Monsters, she thought. It's a room full of monsters, waiting to come alive. And now I'm one of them. Now I'm a monster, too. The floorboards creaked as the store owner moved away from the display shelves and came up close to Carly Beth. She's friends with the monster that's under her bed. Gets along with the voices inside of her head. Anyway. The floorboards creaked. The store owner moved away from the display shelf and came up close to Carly Beth. How do I get this off of me? She pleaded. Tell me, show me, now. It can only be removed once, he repeated softly, and it can only be removed by a symbol of love. She stared at him, waiting for him to continue. The silence filled the room, heavy silence. I don't understand, Carly Beth stammered finally. You've got to help me. I don't understand. I don't understand you. Tell me something that makes sense. Help me. I can say no more, he said, lowering his head, shutting his eyes, and wearily rubbing his eyelids with his fingers. But what do you mean by a symbol of love? Carly Beth demanded. He couldn't have told her this before she bought it. Even if she didn't believe him, she'd at least have the information to fix it herself. Maybe he really did just want to stay in and watch Bold and the Beautiful. Maybe he wanted an excuse to get out of his friend's party. But what do you mean a symbol of love? Carly Beth demanded. She grabbed the front of his shirt with both hands. What do you mean? What do you mean? He made no attempt to remove her hands. I can say no more, he repeated in a whisper. No, she shouted. No, you have to help me. You have to. She could feel her rage explode, could feel herself burst out of control, but she couldn't stop herself. I want my face back, she shrieked, pounding on his chest with both fists. I want my face back. I want myself back. She was screaming at the top of her lungs now, but she didn't care. The store owner backed away, motioning with both hands for her to be quiet. Then suddenly, his eyes opened wide in fear. Carly Beth followed his gaze to the display shelves. Oh, she uttered a startled cry of horror. There it is. She saw the rows of faces all begin to move. Bulging eyes blinked, swollen tongues licked at dry lips. Ugh. Dark, wet wounds began to pulsate. The heads were all bobbing, blinking, breathing. What's happening? Carly Beth cried. In a trembling whisper, "You've awakened them all," he cried, his expression as frightened as hers. But run!" he screamed, giving her a hard shove toward the door. "Run!" Hello, Wyatt. Hang on, I will get to that comment in a second. I'm gonna go back to where I left off. I want to put those cool sparkly gifts in my profile, yes. Paul Jennings short stories. I have yet to find a copy anywhere, but I will look for them. I will continue looking. And I wasn't getting... Oh no, I'm gonna look into MySpace. That's totally a thing. That's so on brand for me to be like, hey guys, remember MySpace? Let's all get MySpace again. You guys remember Sparkle Gifts? Yes, I was obsessed with them. Animated image file. It's made to look like glitter sparkly. And you still watch Bold and the Beautiful. That's interesting. Strike me as a scientist, but I guess anyone can be a scientist. I guess it depends on what we mean by scientist, right? Technically, every kid that has like a science fair is a scientist of sorts. Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction, one of the greatest achievements in television history. Also not kidding. Yeah, no, I need to do another Beyond Belief episode for sure. What have we done, 10 so far? I think there's 10 on the playlist right now. It's been way too long since I did one. Never used it myself. According to this guy, this has happened before. Dude, maybe lock them in a very secure safe rather than in the back room of a costume shop. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. But that would make sense, Noah. We can't have that. Australian soap opera series called Block H. Interesting. Made me a website, some free website maker thing when I was little, and I basically used it as a museum for cool sparkle gifts. That's cute. Back off, man. I'm a scientist. I googled of the Haunted Mask TV episode store. If you look up 487 Hill Road, Ontario, Canada, to the right of the street view. Oh, that's cool, Wyatt. I'm a scientist myself. Okay, well, it is 1 o'clock, but the good news is we are almost done. We've got, what, 2 chapters left? We've got like 15 pages left. I think that equals, I guess, 3 chapters, but one of them is very short. Carly Beth hesitated. She turned back to stare at the heads bobbing on the shelves. Fat, dark lips began to move, making wet, sucking sounds. Ugh, that just gave me like a full-body cringe. Crooked fangs clicked up and down. Ugly, inhuman noises twitched and gasped air noisily. The heads, two long rows of them, throbbed to life. Why did he have to say it like that? And the eyes, the blood-veined, bulging eyes, the green eyes, the sickly yellow eyes, the bright scarlet eyes, the disgusting eyeballs hanging by threads. They were all on her. "Run! You've awakened them!" the store owner screamed, his voice choked with fear. "Run! Get away from here!" Carly Beth wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. Her knees felt wobbly and weak. She suddenly felt as if she weighed 1,000 pounds. "Run! Run!" the store owner repeated, his frantic cry. But she couldn't take her eyes off the throbbing, twitching heads. Why did he have to say it like that? Carly Beth gaped at the hideous scene, frozen in terror, feeling the legs turn to jello, feeling her breath catch in her throat, and as she watched, the heads rose up and floated into the air. "Run! Hurry! Run!" The store owner's voice seemed far away now. The heads began to jabber in rumbling, deep voices. Drowning out his frantic cries, they murmured excitedly, making only sounds, no words, like a chorus of frogs. Up, up they floated as Carly Beth stared in silent horror. "Run! Run!" Yes. She turned. It says that. Run, run. Yes, she turned. She forced her legs to move, and with a burst of energy she began to run, and she ran through the dimly lit front room of the store. Her hands grabbed for the doorknob, and she pulled open the door. A second later, she was out on the sidewalk, running through the darkness. Her sneakers thudded loudly on the pavement. She felt a shock of cold air against her hot face, her hot green face, her monster face, the monster face she could not remove. That was the same energy as the poison for Cusco, the poison made specifically for Cusco's poison. That poison. She crossed the street and kept running. What was that sound? That deep gurgling sound, that low murmur that seemed to be following her. Following her. Oh no, Carly Beth cried out as she glanced back. She saw the gruesome heads flying after her. A ghoulish parade. Ghoulish Parade would be a great name for a band. They flew in single file, one long chain of throbbing, jabbering heads. Their eyes glowed brightly, as bright as car headlights, and they were all trained on Carly Beth. Choked with fear, Carly Beth stumbled over the curb. Her arms shot forward as she struggled to regain her balance. Her legs wanted to collapse, but she forced them to move again. Bent into the wind, she ran past dark houses and empty lots. It must be late, she realized. It must be very late. Too late. The words flashed into her mind. Too late for me. The hideous glowing heads flew after her, getting closer, closer. The rumbling of their animal murmurs grew louder in her ears until the frightening sound seemed to surround her. The wind roared, gusting hard as if deliberately pushing her back. The murmuring heads floated closer. "I'm running through a dark nightmare," she thought. "I may run forever. It's too late for me." Or was it? An idea formed its way through her nightmarish panic as she ran, her arms thrashing in the air in front of her as if reaching for safety. Her mind struggled for a solution, an escape, a symbol of love. She heard the store owner's words over the rumble of ugly voices behind her. A symbol of love. That's what it would take to get rid of the monster head that had become her own. Would it also stop the throbbing, glowing heads that pursued her? Would it send the faces of the unloved back to where they came? Gasping loudly for breath, Carly Beth turned the corner and kept running. Glancing back, she could see her chattering pursuers turn too. Where am I? She wondered, turning her eyes to the houses she was passing. She had been too frightened to care where she ran. But now Carly Beth had an idea, a desperate idea, and she had to get there before the gruesome parade of heads caught up with her. She had a symbol of love. It was her head, the plaster of Paris head her mother had sculpted of her. Carly Beth remembered asking her mother why she had sculpted it, and her mother had replied, "Because I love you." Maybe it could save her. Maybe it could help her out of this nightmare. But where was it? She had tossed it aside. She had let it fall behind a hedge. She had left it in someone's yard, and now she was back on the block. She recognized the street. She recognized the houses. This was where she had met up with Chuck and Steve. This is where she had sent them running off in terror. Convenient that she remembers it right in time, but good for her. But where was the house? Where was the hedge? Her eyes darted frantically from yard to yard. Behind her, she saw the heads had swarmed together like buzzing bees. They had bunched together, grinning now. Grinning hideous, wet grin. Why? Wet grins? Wet grins, okay. As they prepared to close in on her. I've got to find the head, Carly Beth told herself, struggling to breathe, struggling to keep her aching legs moving. I've got to find my head. The rumbling, jabbering voices grew louder. The head swarmed closer. Where? Where? She screamed aloud, and then she saw the tall hedge across the street. The yard across the street. The head. The beautiful head. She had let it fall behind the hedge. Could she get to it before the ugly head swarmed over her? Yes. Sucking a deep breath of air, her arms reached out desperately in front of her. She turned and ran across the street and dove behind the hedge, onto her hands and knees, her chest heaving, her breath rasping, her head pounding. She reached for the head. It was gone. Unintentional horny subtext on your bingo cards. I genuinely need to make a bingo card. I'll do it next time. I will do it for, what's the next one we have? Be careful what you wish for. Whoa. Sorry, camera. Sorry. Hope that didn't give anybody a headache to see. Why is it so... Oh gosh, there we go. It's so off-kilter tonight. Ah! Wait, I lost my place. I saw Noah say Plant Zaddy. I think it was Noah. I'm a fan of this chapter. God. Inspired episode that featured the wrestler. Yes, that's the next episode that I'm going to do. I have it marked down. And then I think after that, we're talking about Beyond Belief, by the way, for anybody confused in the switch up. After that, I think what I'm going to do, because at that point, I think I'll have covered 11, which is like a quarter of all the episodes that are made. So I think I'm just going to go back and start at episode 1 and go through in order and cover everything that we haven't covered, just to make sure that by the end I can be confident that I have talked about all of them. Oh gosh, not again. Not again. Plant Zaddy can make other things. Oh god. No. Believable. Not good. Why does he still have these things? I have no idea. Not sure if you know this, Avery. But the kid who played Chuck in The Haunted Mask and The Haunted Mask 2 was in the movie Billy Madison with Adam Sandler. Oh, that's interesting. And the animated series, The Magic School Bus. Somebody said that he was in The Magic School Bus. Yeah, that's cool. We've gone from one thing to another. Make sure to mark unintentional horny subtext on your bingo cards. Guessing RL was loosely... would slowly get around this stuff. I genuinely can't tell if he knows why it's funny or if he's just one of those like a grandpa that just doesn't understand the way that our minds are hearing things, right? He's from a more innocent time. I have no idea. We're talking about monster faces, right? Yes. Oh, I am. I sure hope R.L. Stine is talking about monster faces. Yeah, sure. Same energy. I feel like some of these band names we call out in these streams have to be real. That's what I was thinking. We've called out so many. There have to be some. Eventually we have to hit one that's real, right? This chapter is serving. What kind of? It's starting to sound like... I'm getting stay out of the basement flashbacks. Let's not go there. It's just horny or else Stein, don't worry. Actually, maybe you weren't. Okay, my bad. I'm just saying. Oh no. 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 just fantastic. So Josh, hi Josh. Wet grits would be interesting. Oh, it would be a band name. It sure would be. Goosebumps drinking game. Every time word wet is said, oh god. How is no one looking out their living room window going, look, honey, some green monster is being chased by floating heads? I have no idea. They're all watching Bold and the Beautiful. Let's not forget that Carly... Yeah. That's what's making it creepier, is that you're talking about these creepy, suggestive heads are chasing a child. I'm very, very concerned. I'm just now realizing why I did have nightmares as a child about being chased by flying. Seen this episode when I was young. So much of our trauma can probably go back to R.L. Stine. Avery needs to do some Paul Jennings short story. I do. If I can find them, I will. School from Be Careful What You Wish For TV episode is John English Junior Middle School in Canada. That's cool. I love knowing trivia about movies and TV shows, especially. I'll have to check. I've been trying to keep a list, but I've probably missed a couple. Because Noah made a big list, and then it just kept growing and growing and growing. I think R.L. Stine knows what he's doing. He probably does. Live Avery reaction. It ain't a Goosebumps book without a what the fuck Stein moments. Get Stay Out of the Basement flashbacks. Well, Stay Out of the Basement and also Monster Blood. You guys remember Monster Blood, right? With like there was also like weird unintentional horny subtext in that too, but Stay Out of the Basement is just the one that's like the beacon in our minds of like, oh god. And Night of the Living Dummy. I made a short about Night of the Living Dummy. My first short was about how unintentionally horny that book was. A few years ago. Plus, there's a YouTube channel called Canada's. Oh, that's cool. Because I went back to find all those fake band names. You're the only YouTuber who I've watched every video of. I feel so honored. That was so sweet of you. There any bands that do metal versions of video game themes? I'd love to hear a metal version of Altered Beast theme. I don't know so much about metal, but definitely like rock covers of game themes. There's always Bit Brigade, which I find them very fun. They opened for Protomen one of the times I saw Protomen in concert, and they were very good. Why are these books so horny? I don't know. Or are we the fuck? It gets to a point where it's like, okay, it can't just be me. This is going back into Plant Zaddy realm. I let the first few instances slide. Haunted Mask replicas. I believe I have seen pictures of them. Just in my, like, traversing the Goosebumps fandom spaces. They are very cool. Right. Gone. The head was gone. My last chance, Carly Beth thought, searching blindly. Her hand thrashing frantically through the bottom of the hedge. Gone. Too late for me. Still on her knees, she turned to face her ghoulish pursuers. The heads jabbering, their mindless sounds rose up in front of her, forming a wall. Carly Beth started to her feet. The throbbing wall of monsters... Stop saying throbbing. Throbbing wall of monsters' heads inched closer. She turned, searching for an escape route, and saw it. Saw her head. Saw the plaster of Paris' head staring up at her from between two upraised roots on the big tree near the driveway. The wind must have blown it over, she realized, and as the ugly heads bobbed closer, she dove for the tree and grabbed the head with both hands. With a cry of triumph, she turned the sculpture face toward the jabbering heads and raised it high. Go away, go away, Carly Beth screamed, holding the head up so they could all see it. This is a symbol of love, this is a symbol of love, go away. The heads bobbed together. The glowing eyes stared at the sculpted head. They murmured excitedly. Wet smiles formed on their distorted lips. Go away, Carly Beth heard them laugh. Low, scornful laughter. Then they moved quickly, surrounding her, eager to swallow her up. Genuinely unsettling, the horny stuff. But it's genuinely is entertaining. It's just like, why? Why R.L. Stine? Chapters bugging out. I don't like it. 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 Let's just go with illegal, Cameron. The authorities have been... This one right here, officer. Gosh. Oh no, not again. Poor Hannah. It's just like, I just wanted to hear a fun little story. The chat's getting real uncomfy. Yeah, chat's getting... No. Why, Stine? Yeah, please don't make it like last stream. Drawing Plant Daddy is fine. Depending. Please don't draw. I don't want to see an imagining of anything else that we've had to endure. This is what happens when suggestive things are in books. Oh, God. Okay, let's finish this book. What time is it? It's like, what, 1:30? It's 1:20. Alright, it's late. Time to wrap this up. Too late for me. The words repeated in Carly Beth's mind. Her idea had failed. The head swarmed around her, drooled over her, bulging gleefully in triumph. The rumbling murmurs became a roar. She felt herself being swallowed up in their foul-smelling heat. Without thinking, she lowered the sculpted head and pulled it down hard over her hideous monster head. To her surprise, it slid over her like a mask. I'm wearing my own face like a mask, she thought bitterly. As she pulled it over, the darkness descended. There were no eye holes. She couldn't see out of it. She couldn't hear. What will the gruesome heads do to me? She wondered, alone with her fear. Will I become one of the unloved now? Will I end up on display on a shelf along with them? Surrounded by the tight, silent darkness, Carly Beth waited and waited. She could feel the blood pulsing in her temples. She could feel the throb of fear in her chest, the ache of her dry throat. What are they going to do? What are they doing? She couldn't bear being alone, shut in with her fear, surrounded by silence and the dark. With a hard tug, she pulled off the sculpted head. The gruesome heads were gone, vanished. Carly Beth stared straight ahead in disbelief. Then her eyes darted around the shadowy lawn. She searched the trees and shrubs. She squinted into the dark spaces between the houses. Gone. Thank God. They were gone. For a long moment, Carly Beth sat in cold, wet grass. Again with the wet grass. The sculpted head in her lap, breathing hard, staring across the silent, empty front yard. Soon her breathing returned to normal. She climbed to her feet. The wind had gentled. That's an interesting way to put that. The pale half moon slipped out from behind the dark clouds that had covered it. We had a crescent moon all throughout the last book, and now we have a half moon. We're going chronologically. Moon continuity. Carly Beth felt something flap against her throat. Startled, she reached up and felt the bottom of the mask. The bottom of the mask, yes! There was a gap between the mask and her neck. Hey, she cried aloud, setting the sculpture head down gently at her feet. She raised both hands to the bottom of the mask and pulled up. The mask came off easily. Stunned, she lowered it and held it in front of her. She folded it up, then unfolded it. The orange eyes that had glowed like fire had faded. The pointed animal fangs had become rubbery and limp. You're just a mask, she cried aloud. Just a mask again. Laughing gleefully, she tossed it up in the air and caught it. It can be removed only once, the store owner had told her. Only once, by a symbol of love. Well, I've done it, Carly Beth told herself happily. I've removed it, and don't worry, I'll never put it on again. Never. She suddenly felt exhausted. I've got to get home, she told herself. It's probably close to midnight. It's after midnight now, for me, for us, kid. Well, for everybody in my time zone. Most of the houses were dark. There were no cars moving out on the streets. The trick-or-treaters had all gone home. Carly Beth bent to pick up the sculpted head. Then, carrying the mask and the plaster head, she began walking quickly toward her house. Halfway up the driveway, she stopped. She reached up and examined her face with one hand. Do I have my old face back? She wondered. She rubbed her cheeks, then ran her fingers over her nose. It is my old face. Do I look like me? She couldn't tell just by touching. I've got to get to a mirror, she exclaimed out loud, desperate to see if her face had returned to normal. She ran up to her front door and rang the bell. After a few seconds, the door swung open and Noah appeared. He pushed open the storm door. Then he raised his eyes to her face and started to scream. Take off that mask! Take it off! You're so ugly! Alright, what's happening? Jesus Christ. How massive is this bust? Her mom said it was life size, which would imply that she would have had to do a plaster mold, but she clearly didn't because Carly Beth did not know she was doing it. What did she do? Sneak into her room and, like, take a plaster mold while she was asleep? She'd get along with Leatherface real well. Oh, God. Tar-filled Owl is just numb at this point. These masks really said, love, gross. I know, right? Don't put that image into my head. Wait, what image? Oh God, I'm glad I don't know. I bet the moon will keep changing until we get to Werewolf of Beaver Swamp. Where is Werewolf of Beaver Swamp? It's later on, right? I can't isolate it immediately. I think it's later. Just slightly bigger than life size since she was able to pull it over her head. Yeah, probably. Carly Beth, you should toss this thing in a dumpster now. I know, burn it. It's almost 5:30 in my time. It's like 1:30 almost my time. It's bringing... Oh God. Really? Moon continuity between the werewolf story in this one. We were mostly joking, but in the last book there was a crescent moon and now it's a half moon, so it's like the cycles of the moon are going in order. To mold a sleeping person's face. Yes, it would. $10.26. Okay. You know, I always thought it was cool to have two names. Mary Ann, Carly Beth, Susie May. Yeah. My parents almost named me Avery May, but then they thought that sounded too much like Daisy May, and they didn't want to do that to me. Alright, last chapter, and it's very short, guys. No, Carly Beth cried in horror. The mask must have changed her face. She realized, no, oh no, like that episode of The Twilight Zone. She pushed past her brother, tossed down the head and the mask, and ran into the hallway mirror. Her face stared back at her, perfectly normal, her old face, her good old face. Her dark brown eyes, her broad forehead, her snip of a nose, which she had always wished was longer. I'll never complain about my nose again, she thought happily. Aww. Her face was normal again, all normal. As she stared at herself, she could hear Noah laughing at the doorway. She spun around angrily. Noah, how could you? He laughed harder. It was just a joke. I can't believe you fell for it. It was no joke to me, Carly Beth exclaimed angrily. Her mother appeared at the end of the hall. Carly Beth, where have you been? I expected you back an hour ago. Sorry, Mom, Carly Beth replied, grinning. I'm so happy I may never stop grinning, she thought. It's sort of a long story, she told her mother. Sort of a long, weird story. But you're okay? Mrs. Caldwell's eyes narrowed as she studied her daughter. Yeah, I'm okay, Carly Beth said. Come into the kitchen, Mrs. Caldwell instructed her. I have some nice hot cider for you. Carly Beth obediently followed her mother to the kitchen. The kitchen was warm and bright. Sweet cider aroma filled the room. Carly Beth had never been so glad to be home in all her life. She hugged her mother, then took a seat at the counter. Why didn't you wear your duck costume? Mrs. Caldwell asked, pouring out a cup of steaming cider. Where have you been? Why weren't you with Sabrina? One question at a time, Mom. Sabrina has called twice already, wondering what happened to you. Well, Carly Beth began, it's sort of a long story, Mom. I'm not going anywhere, her mother said, setting the cup of cider down in front of Carly Beth. She leaned against the counter, resting her chin on one hand. Go ahead. Talk. Well, Carly Beth hesitated. Everything's fine now, Mom. Perfectly fine. But before she could say another word, Noah burst into the room. Hey, Carly Beth, he called in a deep, raspy voice. Look at me. How do I look in your mask? I believe that's how the episode ended, too, if I'm remembering correctly. Q&A with R.L. Stine. I don't have it in me to read all this right now, but that's the book. I read the book. Carly Beth wakes up in the middle of the night with her mom slapping plaster on her face, and her mom just goes, shh, it's okay, honey. Mommy is making art. Just go back to sleep. Jesus Christ. Mary Sue has you know, an internet reputation now, but I do think the two name thing is really good. You know, like, on one hand, I understand the pushback against the concept of Mary Sue because girls' wish fulfillment is mocked while boys aren't really. But I wish there was a better word for. Yeah, it's true. Like, you know, there's nothing wrong. You know, it's nothing. It's a trope, but it's not like it's not harmful to be like, yes, this is this fictionalized fantastical version of what every girl wants to be. Like, there's nothing really wrong with that. Nancy Marie Heloise Drew is her full name. Although I think we changed it at some point to Eloise because that's her aunt's name, so it would make sense that they would have given her the same name, but I don't know. Character who is annoying, perfect, and never meets anyone who dislikes them that isn't pure evil and has undoing. Immediately forgiven. Dun dun dun. The story's done. Story's over. It was pretty good, honestly. I think this might be the first 5 stars on the profile. I think this is just a really good book. Here's a male equivalent. Oh, that's a fine cliffhanger. Yep. For once, there was nothing I really disliked about this book. It was a good book. Good night, guys. It's very late, I know. Thank you for hanging out with me so late. I know we got a late start, but I'm glad we could read. I'm planning, oh, we have 22 concurrents right now at 1:30 in the morning my time. Hi, thank you guys. I appreciate you. I'm going to get off and let everybody go about their day/night. But I will see you, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. I'm planning on streaming a Nancy Drew book tomorrow. But I will see you when I see you. Good night, everyone. Stay safe out there. Yes, stay safe, everybody. Mary Grace. Oh, that's cute. I'm gonna hopefully sleep soon. Until next time. Thank you, Paulo. We appreciate you. Knights of the Bot Table. Gunshots in my neighborhood, plus a police helicopter patrolling. Oh, it's giving GTA Online. It's giving America. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you guys. Good night. Bye.